Chapter 641. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the number one blessed land in Northern Plains. It had a deep foundation and great fortune. However, after Fang Yuan entered, the Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and giant sons will fought intensely. Next, it was Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension, continuously extracting the Blessed Land's heaven and earth qi. Furthermore, it was ravaged by the 10-year blizzard, and also the terrifying heavenly tribulation that fused with Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension. It was already very rare for Frost Jade Peacock to last for so long. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was already a foregone conclusion. The wind veil that formed enveloped Imperial Court Blessed Land into a sphere. The sphere's walls were vast and deep, over 100 feet in diameter. Even if formless hands flew in, they would be minced into powder and assimilated into wind, nourishing the power of the winds of assimilation. Even if Fang Yuan had flashbug GU, he would not be able to break through. However, this wind veil also temporarily isolated the inside from the outside, preventing external forces from interfering. At this moment, 10,000 feet above the ground, 3 GU immortals had ashen expressions as they looked down at the majestic wind veil of assimilation, like a huge dark green bowl that was upside down on the ground. The wind veil looked extremely calm on the surface, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is already a foregone conclusion. What happened inside? How did it end up like this? One of the elderly GU immortals frowned deeply, anger accumulating in his bewilderment. 88-point Zhenyang Tower, Imperial Court Blessed Land, was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to benefit his descendants. As descendants of the Huang Jin bloodline, they had already recognized Imperial Court Blessed Land as their own territory. Now that their home with precious treasures was destroyed, the righteous path GU immortals of these super tribes. They were like suppressed active volcanoes that were about to explode. Evidently, this is a huge scheme. According to the current investigation, the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. There is sufficient evidence. This proves that this person is in disguise. The real Chang Shan Yin is already dead. Another young GU immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued, of course, it is not just Chang Shan Yin. Other than him, Tai Bai Yunxing, Bian Sai Xian and others are also suspects. This matter is very deep. It involved the forces of Zhengzhou State. According to the current investigation, at least 3 ancient sects in Zhengzhou State have been secretly plotting against 88-point Zhenyang Tower for hundreds of years. Central Continent's GU immortals secretly planned. He had spent countless resources and effort to set up an ambush. In the end, these arrangements were all activated by Fang Yuan in advance, and everything became a wedding dress for others. Northern Plains GU immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88-point Zhenyang Tower, was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Of utmost importance. Something happened to Royal Court Blessed Land. The phenomenon attracted the attention of all Northern Plains forces. It was a pity that they were on the outskirts, and things were developing too quickly. By the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land, it was already too late. Sigh. The leading GU immortal sighed deeply. His lips were red and his teeth were white. For some reason, he had the appearance of a young child, but his aura was surging and vast. He was the leader of the 3. The most important thing right now is not to pursue this matter. Instead, it was how to recoup the losses. The 88-point Zhenyang Tower was arranged by Ancestor Giant Sunday. A rank 8 immortal GU house is mysterious and profound. It has great power. It is not something you and I can estimate. Although the winds of assimilation are fierce and formed a wind veil, they might not be able to destroy True Young Building. We will wait here and act according to the situation. The child GU immortal's words made the elderly and young GU immortals beside him breathe heavily. Lord Tongzhu, you are right. Our Chanyu tribe has an immortal killer move, Winged Blade. As long as we activate it together, we can forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young GU immortal said this. His tone could not conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation are no small matter. Even Winged Blade can only attack once. I have calculated, The wound created on this wind veil of assimilation will only need 8 breaths of time to heal. The elderly Gu Immortal was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the 3, Chanyu Tongzu, nodded. Right now, He tribe, Yi Lui tribe, Dongfang tribe, and other righteous path superforces have sent Gu Immortals here. Also, the number 1 demonic path force, Snowy Mountain, has sent 6 Gu Immortals to try to fish in troubled waters. Don't underestimate them. We have our methods, but that doesn't mean they don't. When we activate Winged Blade, we need to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The Luck Path True Inheritance cannot fall into the hands of otherworldly demons. These are all mine, mine. Giant Sons will roared, his voice reverberating throughout the battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, gathering and dispersing at will. At times, he split into 17 or 18 small dragons, and at times, he fused into a giant azure dragon. It carried Giant Sun's immortal essence and used it without holding back. Over 10 immortal Gu were embedded in the dragon's body, 2 on the coral and dragon horns, 1 in the dragon eyes, and 6 or 7 on the dragon scales. Scorching flames, diverting immortal light, freezing air, they formed a frenzied attack that covered the sky and earth, attacking unceasingly. With the situation like this, Giant Sons will finally had the chance to exert his strength. The anger that Giant Sons will had been suppressing for a long time was finally vented at this moment. Because he had to eliminate the otherworldly demons first, and because of the importance of the Luck Path True Inheritance, Giant Sons will mainly surrounded Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands wrapped around the Luck Path True Inheritance, and from time to time, formless fists that captured Luck Path Gu worms would fly out. Giant Sons was like a golden dragon, circling around the Luck Path True Inheritance's light lump, destroying the formless fists that flew out. There were many formless fists, even Giant Sons could only choose from among them and attack heavily, trying to free up more immortal Gu to strengthen his own battle strength. But around the giant dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands wreaking havoc. Giant Sons snatched back Gu worms, and these formless hands snatched them back. The two sides fought fiercely, occupying the highest area. Below this battle was the struggle between the surviving Gu masters and a small number of formless hands. Even though Giant Sons attracted most of the formless hands' firepower, the Gu masters were not in a better state than before. True Inheritance secluded domain was destroyed, the Gu masters were completely exposed to the world, and were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost unaffected by any method, flying and piercing through rocks. They were unobstructed. Only after obtaining the Gu worms and tightening into a fist could they be broken. But the formless fists were extremely fast. Not all Gu masters could catch up and destroy them. Fang Yuan, He Lulan and the others were the minority. They were heroes among heroes. Ancestor, please, A mournful scream was suddenly heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads. They saw a Gu master of a super tribe with a pure bloodline was being chased by the formless hands, and had no choice but to fly into the sky to seek help from Giant Sun's will. But in the end, he was immediately destroyed by the immortal Gu activated by Giant Sun's will. Such power! He Lulan looked up at the sky, even with the great strength true martial physique. Even with the great strength true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will completely erupted, his attacks were grand and majestic. He was wholeheartedly fighting against the formless hands for the Luck Path True Inheritance. He did not care about Giant Sun's bloodline descendants. So painful. At this moment, Yi Lui Sang drew in a breath of cold air. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty. All the Gu worms in his body had been plundered, and he fell from the sky. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by Gu worms, thus only his bones were fractured, but his life was saved. Seeing the unlucky guy die and his soul vanish, he suddenly felt lucky. Compared to this unlucky Gu master, he was at least alive. As long as he was alive, it was better than anything else. Fang Yuan felt an extremely heavy mental pressure. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. He wanted to escape, but he had no ability to change this predicament. Fortunately, Giant Sun's will did not target me first. Instead, he went to deal with the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, and he is wholeheartedly trying to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was clear that once Giant Sons will got rid of the problem in front of him, he would not let him go. By then, he would be like a lamb in a tiger's mouth, or a rabbit in a python's body. Giant Sons will alone cannot activate most immortal GU. Even if I become a GU immortal, I am still not Giant Sons' will's match in a direct battle. Unless I can sever the connection between it and Giant Sons' immortal essence. Fang Yuan's heart was clear. Unfortunately, there were too many formless hands, he was tired of dealing with them. Other than Giant Sons' will, he had the most immortal GU, there was a lot of remnant aura that attracted the pursuit of many formless hands. At the same time, He Lolan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true heaven's favored child, he could be considered the matured version of Bai Ning Bing. Be it battle talent or accumulation, he was extremely outstanding. He had heaven-defying battle strength, even Tai Bai Yunsheng was not his match in a direct battle, the power of his self-detonation could definitely slaughter an immortal. After being almost disrupted by He Lolan's attack from afar, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became even more unfriendly. At the same time, Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He Lulan has an unimaginable number of GU worms. Many of his GU worms were taken away, but he still has so many GU worms on him. There was naturally a reason for this. He Lulan wholeheartedly wanted to obtain a Strength Path Immortal GU at 88 Point Shenyang Tower, then undergo immortal ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he had made ample preparations, especially with his father's help, he had accumulated many GU worms on him. He had considered the backlash of heaven and earth chi during the process of immortal ascension, causing damage to his GU worms. Thus, he had prepared many GU worms, the number was beyond imagination. Junior brother, save me. After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Bai Yunsheng's cry for help. It turned out that Tai Bai Yunsheng was trapped by a large number of formless hands, and had been floating in the air bitterly. Finally, all his GU worms were taken away. Without the support of GU worms, even as a GU immortal, he had no choice but to fall to the ground. Tai Bai Yunsheng was his only ally, he had no choice but to save him. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking the risk to rush to help. But halfway through, he heard Tai Bai Yunsheng's anxious shout, "Quick, junior brother, quickly take back my immortal GU man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he saw a six-fingered formless fist flying out. If Fang Yuan wanted to save Tai Bai Yunsheng now, he would lose the best opportunity to take back immortal GU man as before. It was very likely that after he saved Tai Bai Yunsheng, man as before would be taken away by the formless fist. Save Tai Bai Yunsheng, or take back immortal GU man as before? Chapter 642. Save Tai Bai Yunsheng, or take back man as before? At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. Man as before, when it was a mortal GU, Fang Yuan had heard of its great name. Now that it had advanced to an immortal GU, its power was naturally higher. According to Tai Bai Yunsheng's words, when it was a mortal GU, man as before could return a mortal GU master's state to a certain moment in the past. After becoming an immortal GU, man as before could not only affect others, it could also affect oneself. This oneself was naturally referring to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a GU immortal. It was not hard to deduce that man as before could be effective on GU immortals. A GU worm that could restore a GU immortal state, the value of man as before was self-evident. It could even be said that its value far surpassed ordinary immortal GU. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng was so anxious, he forgot that he was in danger and wanted to remind Fang Yuan to take back man as before. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were said in a moment of desperation, he blurted it out without thinking it through calmly. If Fang Yuan truly abandoned him and tried to take back man as before, then Tai Bai Yunsheng would be in danger. Even if a GU master ascends to GU immortal, the essence of their life would be raised. At such a high altitude, if Tai Bai Yunsheng fell, he would at most suffer heavy injuries, but would not fall to his death. But don't forget, there were still other GU masters on the ground. Taking back man as before will definitely waste time. Even if I take back man as before, Tai Bai Yunsheng will have a conflict with me. What should I do? Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were hot-headed words. Once he was in danger and his life was hanging by a thread, he would definitely wake up. Compared to immortal Gu, his own life was more important. If it was at this moment. But he saw his junior brother chasing after an immortal Gu and giving up on him. What would he think? The human heart was fickle. It was also fickle. Even if these words were said by Tai Bai Yunsheng himself, at that moment, thinking about it in his shoes, he would have doubts and suspicions. If I control fixed immortal travel, then so be it. The key was that he had lost the fixed immortal travel, and the wind veil of assimilation was constantly shrinking, isolating him from the outside world. I want to get out of here. The only way is to open the Stargate and connect to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was in a difficult position. If he opened the Stargate, he would have to use Starlight Gu. The formless hands flew everywhere. He was in the limelight, suppressing all other existences. Once the Starlight Gu appeared, it would definitely be snatched by the formless hands. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, but under the formless hands, he had no way to escape. There was no guarantee that he would be able to protect them. But now, the wind curtain of assimilation has been formed. Without the support of heaven and earth Qi, although there were many formless hands, there would be no new ones. Furthermore, the fragments of 88-point Xunyang Tower are breaking down and turning back into Gu, flying everywhere. Formless hand was like water without a source, it could not last long. Fang Yuan was an old devil with 500 years of experience. He was definitely not a short-sighted person. After the formless hand seal weakens, Giant Sun's will definitely become the master of the battle. At that time, it would deal with Ma and Zhao. After taking back the luck path true inheritance, they will definitely deal with me first. At that time, Giant Sun's will had Giant Sun's immortal essence and possessed many immortal Gu, he was definitely a strong enemy. As the weakling, Fang Yuan's best choice to deal with a strong enemy was to ally with the weak and resist the strong. Looking at the battle situation, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the only choice. Even if he was a healing Gu immortal, he was still a Gu immortal. Even if his Gu worms were all snatched away, Fang Yuan could still lend them to him. Moreover, these bloodline descendants of He Lulan were the natural allies of Giant Sun's will. No matter how glib Fang Yuan's tongue was, in such a situation, in such a short time, he could not convince them to change sides. After thinking so much, only a short moment had passed. Fang Yuan's body moved like lightning. Without hesitation, he flew towards the falling Tai Bai Yunsheng. Junior brother, you, Sai. Seeing Fang Yuan's choice, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had calmed down, had a moved expression as his gaze flickered. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he only heaved a long sigh. Along the way, there were many formless hands interfering, but Fang Yuan turned left and right. He was agile like a bird, rapidly closing the distance between him and Tai Bai Yunsheng. But right at this time, a faint figure suddenly appeared beside Tai Bai Yunsheng. Old thing, you have finally fallen into my hands. The figure quickly turned solid. He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's collar and captured him. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Gu immortal, he did not have a single Gu worm on him. He Lulan easily captured him. He Lulan immediately activated a Gu worm, restraining Tai Bai Yunsheng's limbs and causing him to faint. Looking at the captive in her hands, He Lulan was overjoyed. Being able to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng in such a chaotic situation was largely due to luck. But the result was already set in stone. He Lulan's mind was filled with ideas on how to threaten Fang Yuan and use him as a hostage to take back his vital Gu. But just as he raised his head, before he could speak, he was shocked to see Fang Yuan's body suddenly rise up and fly towards the sky. He Lulan captured Tai Bai Yunsheng. He is definitely trying to threaten me and ask for that Gu worm. Fang Yuan immediately guessed He Lulan's plan. His heart sank, but he was still as calm as ice. Since He Lulan had such a goal, she was not afraid of him endangering Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. That is to say, Tai Bai Yunsheng had no worries for now. Since that was the case, the first thing Fang Yuan needed to do was to take back the immortal Gu man as before. He dodged left and right, avoiding the formless hands. The 8 wings on his back flapped with all his might, using Windflower GU and Flashbug GU alternately. Finally, after 15 minutes, he used all his strength and barely broke the formless fist, taking back Man as before Immortal GU. Because he had obtained Tai by Yunsheng's trust, Man as before Immortal GU did not struggle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan did not use his will to suppress it, he directly placed it into his Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Your senior brother's life is in my hands. Hurry up and return my GU worm. He Lulan finally found the opportunity to threaten him loudly. He was drenched in sweat. It was not easy to chase after Fang Yuan. It was especially so since he couldn't move fast enough, and he was carrying Tai by Yunsheng. He could understand Fang Yuan's actions and was full of confidence. Just as he finished his words, a formless hand shot toward him. He Lulan did not dare to take it head-on and had to retreat to dodge. As a result, the imposing mana that he had painstakingly built up disappeared. It immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a phantom as he moved between the formless hands. He approached He Lulan. He was expressionless, but he sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's will alone, he needed to rely on Tai by Yunsheng's help. But now that Tai by Yunsheng was a hostage, Fang Yuan's hands were tied. Although he had Man as before Immortal GU, he did not have Tai by Yunsheng's permission to borrow it. Even if he could borrow it, He Lulan would kill him. If Tai by Yunsheng died, Fang Yuan could use Man as before to revive Tai by Yunsheng. However, there was also an extremely important problem in this. Using Immortal GU Man as before, Immortal Essence would be expended. Reviving a mortal was not an issue. Reviving an immortal would definitely expend a huge amount of Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape Immortal Essence in his possession. He used 1 bead. It turned into limitless gaseous Primeval Essence. Only 21 beads were left. This was his greatest confidence in contending against Giant Sun's will. As for reviving GU Immortal Tai by Yunsheng, he needed at least 10 beads of green grape Immortal Essence. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not dare to use force. He Lulan was indeed a formidable person. It was not a coincidence that he became the victor of the Imperial Court contest. He had extraordinary aptitude and talent. Once an opportunity appeared, he would grasp it in time. Don't tell me, I really have to return his GU worm. This thought appeared, but was forcefully suppressed by Fang Yuan. He Lulan was so anxious about this GU. It was definitely different from others. Fang Yuan was not willing to return it like this. More importantly, He Lulan was not worthy of trust. Time passed, Giant Sun's will and the formless hands were fighting intensely. Giant Sun's will was inherited from Giant Sun Immortal. He was experienced and ruthless. His original strength could finally be displayed to the fullest, displaying his unparalleled might. He used the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump to attack the formless hands while retrieving the only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After persisting for so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was still intact. This true inheritance contained an astonishing number of GU worms, as well as many types of GU worms. In this short period of time, the formless hands had seized as many as 6 Luck Path Immortal GU. No wonder it was the only copy. Immortal GU were unique. Even if Giant Sun Immortal used all his strength, he could only refine this true inheritance to such an extent. 3 of the 6 Immortal GU were successfully retrieved after Giant Sun's will broke the formless fists. As for the other 3, Giant Sun's will could only watch helplessly as they were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's will was getting angrier as he fought. He already hated Zhao Lianyun to the bone, now he no longer cherished Ma Hongyun's talent. I want to see how long the Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to preserve the Luck Path True Inheritance, he would have already broken the light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly. They were powerless against this situation. They could only wait for death. The huge pressure and mental torture caused their feelings to heat up rapidly. But it was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master was already dead. The luck path true inheritance light lump's volume was already less than a third of its original size. Seeing that the moment of death was approaching, Ma and Zhao lost all hope of survival. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a deadlock, haggling. Both sides did not trust each other. This made this negotiation progress extremely slow. Roar. Right at this time, from outside the wind veil, the sound of a blade could be heard. The blade's sound was clear and intense, resounding in everyone's ears. What? This is. Everyone raised their heads, attracted by this sudden change. Even Giant Sun's will's attack was halted. In the sky above them, the thick wind veil of assimilation had already been cut open by a long blade. From inside the wind veil, everyone could see the sky of northern plains through the blade. In the sky, Chanyu tribe's 3 GU immortals were gasping for breath. This was the immortal killer move they had activated, Winged Blade. Beside them, there were more than 10 other GU immortals. It turned out that not long after the 3 of them had plotted, the other Righteous Path GU immortals came to find them. Because He tribe's GU immortals were very sincere and pushed for it, after the 2 sides negotiated, they quickly reached an agreement and attacked in advance. Once the blade was cut open, it penetrated inside and outside. It would have a huge impact on any existence in the battlefield. What reacted faster than Fang Yuan and the others were GU worms. 88-point Zhenyang Tower had become an ownerless object. After it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, large numbers of wild GU were produced from the broken walls. At this crucial moment, relying on their instincts, these GU worms immediately flew up and charged towards the blade. Along the way, formless hands clawed wildly. This is the best chance to break through the wind veil and escape this desperate situation. The GU master's eyes shone. Chapter 643. Originally, in this wind veil of great unity, the GU worms were lifeless. Now that the wind veil of assimilation was slashed open, connecting to the outside world of northern plains, these GU worms seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the wound. The formless hands swarmed over, making a big grab along the way. Almost half of the GU worms fell into formless hands and were then taken away by formless fists. But most of them managed to charge out of their wounds and escape the hopeless situation of the wind veil of assimilation, entering the northern plains. Collect for me. So many GU worms. That is an immortal GU. Stop. Don't fight over it. Just follow the previous agreement and don't mess around. Northern Plains GU immortals looked at the vast GU group surging out like a tidal wave. They were shocked and overjoyed. They immediately took action, continuously shouting, competing with each other, displaying all types of methods. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw the scene of the GU immortals frantically snatching GU worms. Over 20 GU immortals. It should be the work of the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is the #1 offensive method in Northern Plains. In the 5 Regions War, many Central Continent GU immortals died under this move. His expression was solemn, his eyes flickered with uncertainty as the memories of his previous life surged in his mind. The wind of assimilation was the strongest wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, and few methods could restrain it. But Winged Blade Immortal Killer Move was extremely powerful. It was a rare super method that could break the wind veil of assimilation. Of course, this is also because the wind curtain of assimilation has not been formed for long, and the wind wall is not very thick. After a period of time, even the winged saber can't cut through it. Winds of assimilation were winds that blew when immortal apertures were destroyed. Once the wind picked up, there would be enough wind. Even rank 8 GU immortals could not resist it. As for rank 9 GU immortals, they could dominate the world, invincible in the world. No matter how strong the great unity wind was, it couldn't do anything to them. This shocking turn of events was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. To him, this was definitely not an escape route. He was framing Giant Sun's will. The culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Zhenyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In the outside world, he was captured by the furious Northern Plains GU immortals. His ending would definitely be extremely miserable. At that time, Death would be a luxury. He immediately focused his attention on He Lulan. If He Lulan was distracted because of this, Fang Yuan would launch a surprise attack. Strive to snatch Tai by Yunsheng. But He Lulan's eyes were bright. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and he was not distracted at all. His goal this time was to obtain a Strength Path Immortal GU and become a GU Immortal. However, he was not good at moving, so he could not break the Formless Fist. However, he had an agreement with Giant Sun's will before this. As long as he helped to the end, Giant Sun's will would give him a Strength Path Immortal GU as a reward. This was also the reason why they had been fighting for so long. The main reason why He Lulan followed Giant Sun's will closely, and was always on the same side. This guy. Fang Yuan had no chance to take advantage of. He could only grit his teeth. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from above the wind veil. He Lulan, my son, father is here. I have come to receive you. He Lulan's father was the supreme elder of Northern Plains super tribe He tribe, a legendary figure of Northern Plains, the male lead of the most famous love story, Suxian's Night Elopement, He Cheng. He was rank 7 and cultivated dark path, his eyes were like paint, his face was like jade, he was handsome and elegant. At this moment, he was floating in the air, casually collecting some GU worms. His expression was anxious and worried as he shouted He Lulan's name. Don't worry, father has found a Strength Path Immortal GU for you. But when He Lulan heard his father's call, he snorted coldly. Not only did he turn a deaf ear to He Cheng's words, he was even angered, his face was filled with hatred. Filled with vengeance, he shouted at Fang Yuan, my patience is running out, do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly give me my GU worm, otherwise I will kill your senior brother immediately. Tai by Yunsheng naturally had to be saved. This was the only external help Fang Yuan could rely on to resist Giant Sun's will. Thus, Fang Yuan shouted, of course I can give you the GU worm, but you have to wake my senior brother up first and make him run 1,000 steps away. His suggestion was rejected by He Lulan. Impossible. You have to give me the GU worm first, otherwise I will directly crush your senior brother's head. Both sides did not have any trust in each other. Fang Yuan wanted He Lulan to release Tai by Yunsheng first, but He Lulan was wary of Fang Yuan's movement method. He Lulan wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the GU worm first. Fang Yuan was naturally afraid of He Lulan's tricks. Of course, there was the most common solution. That was to let go at the same time. One side would release Tai by Yunsheng, while the other side would release the GU worm. But in this environment, where the formless hands were flying everywhere, who would dare to let the GU worm fly around randomly? It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save Tai by Yunsheng, but negotiations were always stuck at this point. Fang Yuan raised his head and took a quick glance. The scene before him made his heart sink. Oh no, after the formless hands capture the GU worm, they will tear through space and vanish. The number of formless hands will sharply decrease. At that time, Giant Sun's will become the leader. Not only was He Lulan anxious, Fang Yuan was also gradually becoming anxious. Giant Sun's will was a special will. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was his first priority. This choice was even more important than survival. The will dragon roared again and again, disregarding the passage above its head and circling around the luck path true inheritance. The remaining luck path GU worm was the true inheritance's core. Giant Sun's will did not dare to be careless. Are we going to die? Seeing that the true inheritance light lump was only left with a thin layer, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's hopes turned to dust. But right at this time, the true inheritance light lump suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. The light was extremely dazzling. With a swoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and rose up, turning into a rainbow of light as it shot towards the blade. The luck path true inheritance was also ruled by a wild will. It naturally had an intense survival instinct. Don't even think about it. The dragon of Giant Sun's will roared furiously without hesitation. It immediately chased after it. The true inheritance light lump was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will could not catch up to it for a while. The true inheritance light lump was about to leave the wind veil of assimilation. After escaping into Northern Plains, Giant Sun's will finally let go of his worries. killing the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was the first priority. This was the number one priority that Giant Sun Immortal had given to the special will. When he could not have his cake and eat it too, Giant Sun's will could only give up everything to achieve this goal. Giant Sun's immortal essence crazily poured into all the immortal GU, as the dragon of will shone with dozens of bright spots. Within 3 breaths of time, the light spots expanded rapidly. It was ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged, its might was awe-inspiring, an earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed at the next moment. But, right at this time, from the GU worm group, a true inheritance light lump suddenly appeared. This true inheritance light lump was the size of an adult, it was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance light lump. Its whole body was emitting a layer of faint light. This layer of light. It was not dazzling at all, it was constantly changing, forming all sorts of colors. Moreover, the light was very condensed and had a huge range, forming a huge halo of light with a radius of over 100 feet. The supreme true inheritance brought along a huge halo as it fiercely struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack crack crack, under the cover of the halo, Giant Sun's will rapidly expanded and self-detonated like a series of firecrackers. With the supreme true inheritance as the center, a huge spherical halo of light appeared. It struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will and actually cut it in half. Giant Sun's will roared loudly. It fell into extreme anger and shock. It broke into 2. The dozen or so immortal GU that were ready to attack and were about to burst out were instantly silenced. Rank 9 Wisdom GU. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart shook. From the moment this supreme true inheritance suddenly appeared, its true identity was clear. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there were only 3 supreme true inheritances. One was the 88-point Shenyang Tower itself, it had already been snatched by the Formless Hands group. This was also the main reason why 88-point Shenyang Tower completely collapsed and broke apart. One was the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance, it had once created the glory of Giant Sun Immortal. Right now, it was running for its life towards the wind veil of assimilation. The last one was the Rank 9 Wisdom GU. Fang Yuan had once encountered it in True Inheritance Secluded Domain, if not for Mo Yaro's will's timely reminder, he would have almost lost his life under the influence of Wisdom GU. As a Rank 9, Wisdom GU was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. It was naturally extraordinary. It could emit the light of wisdom. Under the illumination of this light, the lifespan of living beings would decrease rapidly, thoughts would be born and destroyed in their minds, colliding and creating sparks of wisdom. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be born and destroyed, colliding with each other and obtaining a result. Wisdom Path was one of the GU master paths formed based on this principle. And the light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, increase the speed of movement to the limit, and increase the intensity of collisions to the limit. It would greatly shorten the time taken to think, and increase the results of thinking. This was the true effect of Wisdom GU. Right, Wisdom GU is also a wild will, it had been hiding all along. When the wind veil of assimilation broke, it instinctively wanted to escape. It's just that it hasn't been used until now. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Fang Yuan was not surprised that Wisdom GU could easily injure Giant Sun's will. It had already been mentioned many times, Wisdom Path was divided into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made of? Thoughts after thoughts. Under the illumination of Wisdom GU, these thoughts collided and expanded rapidly, before being destroyed. If it shone on a person, new thoughts would appear in their mind. But Giant Sun Immortal was already dead. Only a will was left behind. This special will was the same as the Formless Hands, water without a source. Under the light of Wisdom GU, these thoughts collided to the limit and were destroyed at lightning speed, but no new thoughts were produced. Thus, the Dragon of Will was easily cut in half. One could say, Wisdom GU countered Giant Sun's will, but this counter cannot make Giant Sun's will go silent. Unless. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's, he endured the dazzling light of Giant Sun's true inheritance and looked up. As expected, he saw over 100 beads of immortal essence falling from the sky. These yellow immortal essence were huge and full, their aura was restrained. Fang Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not compare to them. This was rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Chapter 644. Ordinary immortal GU needed immortal essence to activate. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to activate a GU worm with just willpower. Even giant suns will had to follow this rule. Earlier, the reason why the Dragon of Giant Suns will could activate the immortal GU was because it contained Giant Sun's immortal essence and used it. But now, Wisdom Gu's sneak attack had succeeded, cutting the Dragon of Giant Suns will into two, and actually exposing Giant Sun's immortal essence. As expected of the Wisdom GU, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he praised in his heart. He had previously thought of severing the connection between Giant Sun's immortal essence and Giant Sun's will, but he lacked the strength to do so. But the Wisdom GU did it. Wisdom GU was not afraid of formless hands. Because even the most powerful formless hand only had 8 fingers. Wisdom GU was a rank 9 immortal GU, only 9-fingered formless hands could capture it. However, even though Wisdom GU was rank 9, it was still fragile. It was not an offensive weapon, so it could still be destroyed by attacks. If Wisdom GU wanted freedom and wanted to escape, the Dragon of Giant Suns will with many immortal GU was the main obstacle. From Wisdom Gu's perspective, dealing with the Dragon of Giant Suns will was the most important task. Thus, it hid itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was truly earth-shattering, hitting the weak point of Giant Sun's will and successfully cutting off its connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence, causing the dozen or so immortal GU under his control to go silent. Giant Sun's will suffered heavy injuries, and let out an earth-shattering roar. It did not turn around to deal with the Wisdom GU, it was still charging forward without a care for its own safety. He charged towards Ma and Zhao who were enveloped by the luck path true inheritance. Giant Suns will condensed at lightning speed, forming a large golden hand that seemed to blot out the sky and earth. Like a shooting star, he grabbed towards Ma and Zhao. For a time, the entire battle situation was like this. The wind veil of assimilation isolated Imperial Court blessed land from the outside world of Northern Plains. In the outside world, there were many Northern Plains GU immortals. Inside was the battlefield of the Royal Court ruins. The wind curtain of assimilation tore open around. Countless GU worms gushed out from inside, causing the GU immortals to fight over them. Inside the wind curtain. In the sky, the luck path true inheritance turned into a rainbow. He flew at high speed and was not far from the wind curtain of assimilation. In the middle was the giant hand of Giant Suns will that could no longer use immortal GU. Below it was Wisdom GU. Below them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a stalemate. On the ground at the very bottom, dozens of GU masters were still alive. The formless hands were attracted by the group of GU flying in the sky. They were in a good position. Giant Sun's hand that was going all out was extremely fast, rapidly closing the distance between it and the luck path true inheritance. The hand of Giant Suns will continued to explode. Wisdom GU was not far below, Giant Sun's will was illuminated by the light of wisdom, his thoughts were colliding and destroying each other. One could see with the naked eye that Giant Sun's will's hand was rapidly shrinking. However, the light of wisdom not only consumed Giant Sun's will, it also caused his thoughts to collide violently. This caused Giant Sun's will's hand to explode with even greater speed and power. Finally, at the last moment when the luck path true inheritance was about to charge out of the wind veil, Giant Sun's hand arrived and blocked the luck path true inheritance. None of you can escape. All of you, die. Giant Sun's will grabbed down with his hand, his killing intent was extremely fierce, he actually no longer cared about the luck Dao true inheritance, he wanted to directly crush Ma and Zhao to death. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly, looking at the descending hand in extreme shock. Boom. The intense attacks were like a torrential storm, fiercely smashing onto Giant Sun's will's hand. You unfilial descendants. Giant Sun's will's hand collapsed, letting out a furious roar. The luck path true inheritance carried Ma and Zhao, flying into the sky and out of the wind veil of assimilation, arriving in the outside world of northern plains. This is an immortal GU. Quickly catch the immortal GU. It's all mine, it's all mine. The righteous path GU immortals who were filled with greed did not know the identity of this will hand. Even if they knew, were they going to watch as the will hand crushed the immortal GU? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The luck path true inheritance was brimming with an intense immortal GU aura, causing the northern plains GU immortals' eyes to turn red. Kill. Courting death, who dares to snatch the immortal GU from me? Shameless. Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Verbal agreements between GU immortals were fragile to begin with. With such great benefits in front of them, who would abide by their previous agreement? At once, the northern plains GU immortals shed all pretenses of cordiality, attacking together to snatch the luck path true inheritance. Vast GU immortal auras collided and competed with each other. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's vision darkened, they almost fainted on the spot. They had truly left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's cave. This aura and radiance, there is no mistaking it, it is definitely related to luck path. Everyone, attack. Suddenly, a loud shout could be heard. Another dozen or so GU immortals appeared. The leader was an old GU immortal, he had a long snow-white beard that reached his toes. The righteous path GU immortals saw this person and their pupils shrunk. Among them, someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity. Old Ancestor Shuai Hu, you actually came personally. Old Ancestor Shuai Hu was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, he had rank 8 cultivation, he was the number 1 demonic path GU immortal in Northern Plain. Those following behind him were all great Snow Mountain Blessed Lands Devil Dao cultivators. They were all experts and legendary figures with reputable reputations. Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to be destroyed, I naturally have to take a share of the loot. Stop talking nonsense, attack. Old Ancestor Shuai Hu shouted, he was very direct as he led the people behind him into the battle. The scene became even more chaotic. Righteous path and demonic path fought, all kinds of GU worms flew around. The luck path true inheritance had changed hands several times, Ma and Zhao were in great danger, they were on the verge of death. Stop fighting, there must be more immortal GU inside the wind veil of assimilation. A GU immortal shouted in the chaos. 3 Chanyu immortals, quickly attack. The wind veil of assimilation is about to close. Another GU immortal reminded. 3 Chanyu immortals gathered together with GU immortal Tong Zhu as the leader. They quickly looked down. Sure enough, they saw, the wound on the wind veil of assimilation had already closed, only a small crack was left. The wound caused by the winged blade could be said to be huge, but the wind veil of assimilation was closing even faster. Earlier, GU immortal Tong Zhu had estimated that the wound would close in 8 breaths of time. Now, it seemed that the entire process had taken around 8 breaths of time. If they activated the winged blade now, they would definitely be able to open another wound. But the 3 GU immortals of Chanyu tribe did not make any move. This immortal killer move had terrifying offensive power. But the price was huge, it consumed a lot of immortal essence. In such a chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it, they had to leave this method to intimidate the enemies. Brother Hei Cheng, what should we do now? What should we do now? Hei tribe GU immortal Hei Bai asked. Seeing the wind veil of assimilation close completely, he lost his sense of propriety and quickly asked GU immortal Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Hei Bai wanted wooden chicken immortal GU wholeheartedly. Hei Lulan had sent a message saying wooden chicken immortal GU was already in his hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation closed, Hei Lulan could not escape, Hei Bai's plan failed. Hei Cheng did not have the ability to break the wind veil of assimilation. His voice was extremely gloomy. Brother Hei Bai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands in the wind veil are extremely likely to capture your wooden chicken GU. Then, they will break through the air. Until their power dissipates, the GU worms seized will also be released. GU Immortal's investigative methods were much stronger than GU Master's. After the wound was opened, they immediately saw the danger inside the wind veil. It was also because of the existence of these formless hands that they did not dare to enter the wind veil and take the risk. Is that so? Heibai's eyes immediately brightened, but he soon thought of something. Then, nephew He Lulan, He Cheng did not speak, his expression becoming even more gloomy. He Lulan did not grasp this excellent chance to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not have time to think, he threw everything to the back of his mind. He tightly stared at the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled with Giant Sun's immortal essence. GU Masters could not use other people's primeval essence. GU Immortals could not use other people's immortal essence. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also obtained a lot of Hu Immortal's Green Grape immortal essence. But only the little fox land spirit could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from GU Immortal's obsessions. Giant Sun's immortal essence could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he could not use it at all. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's determination to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence. Although I can't use it, as long as I snatch all of this immortal essence, the threat of Giant Sun's will drop to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, activating all kinds of movement GU and using all his strength. This excellent opportunity was created by Wisdom GU. If Fang Yuan did not grab it tightly, he would be a demonic path overlord. You dare. After being tricked by his own descendant, Giant Sun's will sensed Fang Yuan's intention and immediately became anxious and furious. Without immortal essence, he could not activate immortal GU, he could only use his special will to fight. He knew the severity of this situation better than anyone else. Fang Yuan's speed was so fast that it was unprecedentedly fearful. Damn it, it's too late. The will gathered again, a large hand slammed down like a falling meteor. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. In this short period of time, he was already less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. No matter how fierce Giant Sun's will was, Fang Yuan was not worried about it. Because above Fang Yuan's head, between Giant Sun's will and Giant Sun's will, there was a rank 9 Wisdom GU. Wisdom GU counters Giant Sun's special will. To get around Wisdom GU, I will need to spend a lot of time. He Lulan cannot move fast enough and is carrying Tai by Yunxing. How can she keep up with me? The only thing I need to worry about is Formless Hand. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He understood the situation clearly. Chapter 645. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But there was no harm in another change. Wisdom GU rapidly descended, the light of wisdom enveloping Fang Yuan. Once he entered the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's thoughts rapidly formed and disappeared, rapidly aging. This. Fang Yuan was shocked. He quickly raised his head and saw Wisdom GU rapidly descending, flying towards him. Giant Sun's will, whose body had shrunk greatly, shrunk into a ball and followed closely behind. It turned out that Giant Sun's will knew that if he went around Wisdom GU, he would not be able to stop Fang Yuan in time, thus he disregarded his own safety and forcefully approached Wisdom GU, using a nimble technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom GU countered Giant Sun's will was thick enough. After paying a heavy price and risking his life, he could still forcefully approach Wisdom GU. This way, Wisdom GU was like a ball, rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan, instead becoming a huge problem for Fang Yuan. What a great Giant Sun! Seeing Wisdom GU flying towards him, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decision. He laughed heartily, his heart filled with boundless resolution. You, Giant Sun, can sacrifice yourself to this extent. Why can't I, Guyue, Fang Yuan? Immediately, Fang Yuan endured the radiance of the light of wisdom and used his methods to sweep away all of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Next, he used Windflower GU to change his direction, moving to the side and getting away from Wisdom GU. Wisdom GU directly fell. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed continuously. He had finally escaped from the light of wisdom. But his face no longer had the appearance of a young man, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill run down their spine. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged uncle. The closer he got to Wisdom Gu, the stronger the light of wisdom. Earlier, Fang Yuan was 10,000 steps away from Wisdom Gu in True Inheritance secluded domain. In just a few breaths of time, he lost 2 years of lifespan. Just now, he was so close to Wisdom Gu, and after enduring the light of wisdom for so long, he lost over 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan paid a heavy price. Little thief, die for me. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Giant Suns will swooped down like a hawk. Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur, an intense sense of danger assaulted him, at the moment of life and death. He only had time to activate 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was swatted down like a fly. He fell like a meteor until he smashed into the ground. He smashed a deep pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. Fang Yuan lay at the bottom of the pit, and only reacted after 3 breaths. 6 of his 8 arms were broken. His entire back was too horrible to look at. His spine and ribs were exposed. His mind was in a daze, and he could only barely think. The impact of Giant Sun's will had not only targeted his body, but a large amount of special will had also entered his mind, wreaking havoc. It affected his thoughts. Fang Yuan, who only had a trace of sobriety, did not even think about it. He quickly turned around and dodged. At the next moment, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden axe that swooped down from the sky, chopping down fiercely and chopping off Fang Yuan's left arm and left leg. If not for Fang Yuan turning around in time, he would have been chopped into 2. His mind clearing up slightly, Fang Yuan quickly used his remaining hand to push himself off the ground, the huge force propelling his body out of the pit. But immediately, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden hammer that flew into the air and smashed down on Fang Yuan. Bam! Fang Yuan felt like he was hit by a charging elephant, his ribs were all broken, and most of his organs were crushed into pieces. At the same time, his mind was invaded by Giant Sun's will again, and he fell into an even greater state of unconsciousness. Fang Yuan was like a rubber ball that was hit by someone. He rolled all the way and left a long mark on the ground. The huge friction caused his clothes to be tattered, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he laid on the ground powerlessly, not moving. His broken bones pierced through his skin and flesh, protruding out. Blood slowly flowed out. It was not red, but the deep green color of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. His expression was twisted, his fangs were exposed, and he looked like he was struggling in pain. At this moment, Fang Yuan's mind was in a chaotic battle. The wills were competing intensely, and Giant Sun's will had the upper hand. Fang Yuan was passively taking the beating. He resisted with all his might. He could not even think clearly. Only by destroying Giant Sun's will in his mind could he regain consciousness. But Giant Sun's will did not give him any chance. It condensed into a golden sword that was 15 feet long and 18 feet wide, emitting an inviolable aura of condemning all living beings. This is Giant Sun's will's true battle strength. This is too terrifying. Far away, Hei Lulan held the unconscious Tai by Yunsheng as she clicked her tongue. Giant Sun's will continued to refine immortal Gu. He was plotted against by Wisdom Gu. He was attacked by over 20 Gu immortals, but he disregarded his own sacrifices and forcefully charged forward, sending Wisdom Gu flying. From start to finish, he had suffered many injuries. His current size was less than a millionth of when he was asleep. But even so, Fang Yuan had no way to retaliate. Without using an immortal Gu, it was no wonder Hei Lulan was sweating profusely. This battle strength was too terrifying. But soon, Hei Lulan calmed down. No, a true special will is not this strong. But just now, Ancestor Giant Sun's opportunity was too good. He directly dealt a heavy blow when the enemy was unprepared. The thief wanted to retaliate, but he could not think. His mind was already invaded by the special will. It was in a mess. If both sides were on guard and had enough time to react, this would not have happened. The main thing is that he inherited Ancestor's battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive, once he finds a flaw, he will attack continuously, not giving the enemy any chance to turn the situation around. Especially when his will invades the mind, this effect is terrifying, he simply cannot retaliate. It seems I need to guard against this when fighting against Wisdom Path GU Masters. He Lulan reminded himself as he slowly descended to the ground. He looked at the Sword of Will, slowly floating and finally hovering above Fang Yuan's head, the tip of the sword pointed at Fang Yuan's head. This guy is finished. He Lulan lightly muttered. The great enemy in his eyes had ended up like this because of a mistake that could not be considered a mistake. His heart was filled with relief, joy, and also a faint sense of sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was because he had inherited Giant Sun Immortal's battle experience. Although Fang Yuan had 500 years of rebirth, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger and more experienced than him. Once Giant Sun's will found a chance, he would attack continuously, firmly occupying the advantage and rapidly expanding the battle results, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to turn the situation around. Giant Sun Immortal not only had good luck, from this aspect, one could see a trace of his invincibility, as well as his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. He Lulan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing in his hand. In the wind veil of assimilation, he was Fang Yuan's only ally, but he was still unconscious. He Lulan casually threw him on the ground, his gaze fixed on the sword of Giant Sun's will. Without any hesitation, the sword of Giant Sun's will fell like lightning, the tip of the sword aimed at Fang Yuan's head. Even though Fang Yuan had transformed into six-arm heavenly zombie king and had the body of a zombie, once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would directly enter and destroy his mind, before completely destroying his soul. This was a true fatal blow. Tai Bai Yunxing was unconscious, Fang Yuan was unconscious, they had no strength to retaliate. But just as the sword tip was an inch away from Fang Yuan's head, a wall of water suddenly formed. At the same time, a sharp female voice shouted, "With me here, don't even think of taking his life." "Who is it?" He Lulan lost his voice, he looked at the wall of water rippling, the surface of the wall of water formed a whirlpool, wrapping around the sword tip and blocking the sword of Giant Sun's will. At the same time, a powerful and dense aura rose from Fang Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will retracted the sword, retreating at lightning speed, retreating a few hundred steps in an instant. He quietly floated in the air, his voice was deep as he thought of something. "It's you. Tens of thousands of years ago, you barged into 88-point Shenyang Tower, and the fortune rivaling Heaven GU was released by you." Mo Yarrow giggled. "It is hard for you to still remember." As she spoke, the wall of water turned into a water armor, quickly covering Fang Yuan's body. A light blue light enveloped Fang Yuan, his injuries rapidly healed, his severed limbs grew back, his bones and flesh recovered rapidly. Giant Sun's will naturally remembered, because there were GU worms in 88-point Shenyang Tower that recorded everything. When Mo Yarrow explored 88-point Shenyang Tower, he did not awaken Giant Sun's will. But after Fang Yuan awakened Giant Sun's will, he immediately used the relevant GU worms to browse through the records and learn of everything that had happened. Mo Yarrow's voice and appearance, Fang Yuan's name, as well as all the bad things he had done in 88-point Shenyang Tower, Giant Sun's will knew all of them, thus he exposed Fang Yuan's disguise as Chang Shan Yin. Giant Sun's will was furious. "You bunch of despicable and shameless thieves, you have been eyeing True Yang building for tens of thousands of years. Die." Giant Sun's will attacked furiously. His golden sword flew like lightning, piercing through the air and drawing golden rainbows in the air. These golden rainbows landed on the water armor, creating waves, but they could not penetrate the armor's defense. Fang Yuan finally woke up. "This is Rank 7 Immortal GU House Water Pavilion." He looked at the water armor on his body and came to a realization. As it turned out, at some point in time, Water Pavilion had been attached to his body. He was in a daze, his life hanging by a thread. It was Mo Yarrow's will that activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Sun's will could control 88-point Shenyang Tower, Mo Yarrow's will could also control Water Pavilion. There was yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal in 88-point Shenyang Tower. How could Water Pavilion not have red date immortal essence left behind by Fairy Mo Yarrow? Chapter 646. Mitch, it is all thanks to you that I was able to escape with my life. Fang Yuan squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He moved his muscles and bones, rubbing his palms. His newly formed bones were creaking as his battle-intent soared. If you want to repay me, just return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yarrow's will heaved a long sigh. Let's fight. Ha ha ha, good. Fang Yuan growled, jumping up like a fish. He had transformed into six-arm heavenly zombie king. His body was filled with majestic strength. He had green eyes and sharp fangs, extremely vicious and cruel. The water armor shrunk into a ball, turning into a helmet that protected his head. He was no longer afraid of giant suns will attacking his mind. Without any worries, Fang Yuan took a step forward, raising his fist and punching towards the sword rainbow of will. Swoosh. The expected sound of impact did not occur, but a soft sound was heard. Giant Sun's will was extremely shrewd. He did not clash head-on with Fang Yuan. Instead, at the crucial moment, the sword rainbow turned into a golden ribbon, coiling around Fang Yuan's wrist, before turning into a ray of light and flying away. As for Fang Yuan's bowl-sized fist, it was cut off at the wrist, falling to the ground. Even though Fang Yuan's six-arm heavenly zombie king had outstanding defense, it could not withstand the cutting of Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan quickly rolled on the ground, picking up his fallen wrist. Only a drop of green blood was seeping out of the wound on his arm. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will as he pressed his fist into the wound. The flesh on the wound immediately healed, even the bones started to connect. This was the strong recovery ability of six-arm heavenly zombie king. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fang Yuan time to recover? The sword rainbow of will suddenly turned around, shooting towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan squinted. His legs shook, bringing his body flying into the sky. The sword rainbow chased after him relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise GU at the same time. But the sword rainbow was even faster, rapidly closing the distance. Fang Yuan activated Wind Flower GU again. He had already lost count of how many Wind Flower GU he had used, but he had used up a lot of them. The Wind Flower GU caused Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the Will Sword Rainbow was more agile. Not only did the distance not increase, it used this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, both sides fought fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. The intent sword streaked through the air and circled around Fang Yuan's body. From time to time, he would fly and cut. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. The originally strong defense of the six-arm heavenly zombie king seemed weak under the sword rainbow of will. Chunks of flesh fell from the sky. These were all cut by the sword rainbow of will on Fang Yuan's body. Fortunately, he had transformed into the six-arm heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan had completely lost his sense of pain. It was also because of the helmet that Water Pavilion had transformed into. Giant Sun's will did not succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind again. You're showing some improvement. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not succeed after a long time, getting hit most of the time, and attacking less and less, Mo Yarrow's will was getting anxious. Easy for you to say. Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more and more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. It had almost no weight and was extremely fast, even changing directions very quickly. Fang Yuan's flying master attainment was not enough. In front of it, it was not enough. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. Sometimes it was like a sword rainbow cutting, sometimes it was like a saber or axe chopping. Sometimes it was like a drizzle, sometimes it was like a heavy hammer. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly, it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Fang Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes, it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Fang Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other. It was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the Battle of Wills was fully displayed. As for Fang Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, It was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure and giant sun's Will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of GU worms were still flying around. Their survival instincts made them avoid Fang Yuan and giant sun's Will, while avoiding the formless hand's pursuit. Even after so many GU worms flew out, there are still countless GU groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal GU were used in 88-point Shenyang Tower. Yi Lui Sang raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Lui Sang to obtain the help of other GU masters. There are not many formless hands left. Although we lost many GU worms, we have so many GU worms with us, we can capture them and recover our battle strength. A GU master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other GU masters. We need to cooperate sincerely, we need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading, the space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai by Yunsheng and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on ancestor giant sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Fang Yuan and giant sun's Will were fighting intensely. From time to time, there were explosions and furious roars. It was like a raging fire. Whether it was Fang Yuan or giant sun's Will, the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them, not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal GU they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. The battle situation in the sky was very clear, everyone could see it clearly. He Lulan's words changed, but although Ancestor has the upper hand, he is unable to turn it into a victory. In the end, Ancestor's immortal essence was completely taken away by this scoundrel. Ancestor has over 10 immortal GU, but is unable to activate them. Everyone nodded, agreeing with He Lulan's analysis. Yi Lui Sang asked, "Then what should we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, showing Tai by Yunsheng in her hand. "This old scoundrel is that guy's senior brother, they have a very close relationship. Our abilities are limited, we can only try our best to assist Ancestor. It is still the same words, we need to capture GU worms to increase our strength. I suggest that, in order to cooperate, we should all report the GU worms on our bodies in full detail. I will go first." GU masters usually kept their own GU worms a secret. This was an extremely important information. Once it was leaked, they would be targeted by others, and might even lose their lives. But the situation now was special, they might not even be able to keep their lives. This was the only way they could maximize their chances of survival. He Lulan was a formidable character, she had high prestige, and had taken the initiative to expose her GU worms. The surviving GU masters agreed, and with a few words, He Lulan once again took in these people for his own use. As for He Lulan, he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to ascend to GU Immortal, and to obtain a Strength Path Immortal GU, he needed the help of Giant Sun's Will. And these people were powerful pawns for him to realize his ambitions. The intense battle in the sky had already reached its climax. "Caught you," Fang Yuan growled, pouncing down like a tiger. His 6 hands were harder than steel pincers, grabbing at the sword of Giant Sun's Will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's Will instantly dispersed, and the counterattack that Fang Yuan had prepared for a long time could only destroy a few golden thoughts. Damn it! Fang Yuan could not help but curse. Giant Sun's Will could split and reunite. It was extremely agile. Fang Yuan lacked methods, he could only be a punching bag most of the time, and the few times he counterattacked, the effect was not good. Sigh, if there is no other way, we can only engage in a battle of attrition. Mo Yaro's Will said, Giant Sun's Will is like water without a source. When fighting, he needs to think hard, this will accelerate the collision and consumption of his thoughts. Fang Yuan focused on the battle while rejecting Mo Yaro's suggestion in his mind. We cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget the weakness of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It can only be used for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killer move's after effects will completely transform my body into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Once I completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, my entire body will turn rigid, my aperture and immortal aperture will lose all life force, my cultivation will be cut off. Mo Yaro said, "You are underestimating yourself. Don't forget that you are already a Strength Path GU Immortal, your life essence has been elevated. Thus, the time needed to use the killer move has been greatly extended, it is far from 15 minutes. A rough estimate would be at least an hour. Even so, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is continuously getting thicker, compressing the space inside. My methods cannot restrain the special will. Does your water pavilion have any good methods?" Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yaro heaved a long sigh. Water pavilion might be a rank 7 immortal GU house, but it is not specialized in intense battles, it is specialized in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left 20 beads of red date immortal essence. After so many years of supporting the immortal GU house's operation, only 5 beads are left now. If you want to rely on Water Pavilion to turn the situation around, give up on this idea. Be careful. Mo Yaro suddenly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Giant suns will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, before suddenly making a turn and moving to his back, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of green corpse blood, the 8 eagle wings on his back were smashed into pieces and his spine was completely broken by this attack. His entire back was caved in and his chest was protruding out. The huge force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his backup GU worms, attempting to fly back to the sky. But how could giant suns will give him this chance? He attacked while he was down, golden light flashed like a rainbow as he circled around Fang Yuan and attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms and curled up his body, barely protecting his body. Giant suns will changed according to his will, slashing, smashing, stabbing, all sorts of attacks quickly caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to wither. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was in a terrible state, with many wounds on its body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, otherwise, his flesh body would have already died. Chapter 647. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yaro's will. These few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But giant suns will managed to grasp this extremely short period of time, and caught the dazed Fang Yuan and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Sun's will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground, rocks and soil flew and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Sun's will followed closely behind. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, it turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all. At the crucial moment, it was Mo Yaro's will that controlled Water Pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant Sun's will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yaro's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled, using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground. He withstood Giant Sun's will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun immortal essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times. Crack, because it exceeded the limit. Giant Sun's will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head. As long as he protected his mind and did not let Giant Sun's will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced. He did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced, and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Fang Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge, if this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yaros will reminded anxiously. No. This is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Fang Yuan refused to give in and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me Water Pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence bead. Giant Sun's will had gone crazy, it had done a foolish thing, it had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case. Mo Yaros will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Jiyu family patriarch Jiyu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting with Giant Sun's will. He Lulan led the group and captured many Jiyu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the Jiyu worms so easily was mainly because there were many Jiyu worms in the wind curtain. And the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a Jiyu in his hands, he was not flustered. Especially when they saw Fang Yuan being smashed to the ground and being suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It wasn't just Jiyu Guolong. There were also other Jiyu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The Jiyu groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a Jiyu master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the Jiyu worms around them. Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away. A huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom Jiyu, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed there was not much time left. He Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command, attack together, don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Fang Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, Giant Sun's will suddenly laughed. "Oh Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying so, he retreated. The will had almost no weight, it retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turned out that Giant Sun's will had pretended to clash with Fang Yuan, and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Fang Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand. Inside the wind curtain, although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant Sun's will lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal Jiyu, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will and wrapped it around many immortal Jiyu to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than Giant Sun's will, so Giant Sun's will passed the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will and wrapped them around immortal Jiyu, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal Jiyu. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal Jiyu and pounce over. Like this, after Giant Sun's will lost 8 immortal Jiyu, he finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. Quickly dodge. Mo Yaros will screamed. It's too late. Fang Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise Jiyu at the same time. But it was no use, he needed time to increase his speed, and the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yaros will sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Fang Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the seven-fingered formless hands. The seven-fingered formless hands grabbed and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal GU Water Milk GU that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal GU house. It was formed from over 3,000 GU worms. Each GU worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 Water Milk Immortal GU. Other than that, there were 2 supplementary Immortal GU. They were the rank 6 Movement Immortal GU Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path Immortal GU Delight in Water and Mountain GU. Right now, the only and also the biggest core was Water Milk Immortal GU. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Ha ha ha, let's see how you can block me this time. Giant Sons Will laughed continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried Water Milk GU and soared into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yarrow's Will screamed. The remaining 3,000 GU worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement GU and chased after the formless fists. At the same time, he released a majestic attack. Giant Sons Will snorted coldly and continued to block. Let's attack too. Hei Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Fang Yuan's plan. You guys came at the right time, Giant Sons Will praised. He changed his tactic. No longer blocking, he turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the GU Master's attacks. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sons Will's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sons Will did not obstruct Fang Yuan at all. He showed his tactic chase. I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yarrow's Will could no longer provide the same defense as before. Fang Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. Hei Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome, greatly hindering his speed. Slap. Giant Sons Will attacked fiercely, turning into a crescent shovel. He suddenly changed his target and cut the GU worms around Fang Yuan into 2. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yarrow was caught off guard. Not only were many of his GU worms destroyed by Giant Sons Will, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yarrow was immediately silenced. Mo Yarrow, I will open my aperture, quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sons Will had used up his moves. He could not chase in time, thus Fang Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. But using this time, Mo Yarrow's Will controlled the remaining immortal GU and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me Worldly Wave Trace GU, Fang Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yarrow's Will did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway, I will lend you these GU worms. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal GU earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only 2 that he did not suppress with his will. They were Tai by Yunsheng's landscape as before and Man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai by Yunsheng's permission, Fang Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yarrow's confirmation, Fang Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal GU. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate Worldly Wave Trace. This GU was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet, moving Fang Yuan rapidly, immediately pulling away from Giant Sons Will. Worldly Wave Trace was a rank 6 immortal GU. Even though Fang Yuan was not a Water Path GU immortal, he was already a rank 6 GU immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sons Will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered, if this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, Space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You still want to leave? H. Don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and fangs looked even more sinister. Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the gut. Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time, he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's will said earlier was not wrong. Chapter 648. Giant Sun, I admit you are powerful. But don't forget, your Giant Sun immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without immortal essence, how can you activate your immortal GU? With just your special will, you cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan's mind worked rapidly, trying to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. You want to negotiate with me? Ha ha ha. Giant Sun's will laughed. He could not conceal his anger. Why would I negotiate with you? I can kill you and take back the immortal essence from your immortal aperture. Isn't that the same? I suggest you try destroying your immortal essence. Maybe you can succeed. Giant Sun's will was fearless. It was not that immortal essence could not be destroyed, but it was not possible at this moment. If Fang Yuan destroyed it in his immortal aperture, the immortal essence would cause great harm to the immortal aperture. It would be suicide. If he destroyed it outside his body, the emitted immortal essence would instead help Giant Sun's will activate the immortal GU. Fang Yuan, I will not compromise. You can't beat me, but you can't escape either. What else can you do? You should just die. Giant Sun's will chased as he sneered. Fang Yuan was silent, he only focused on escaping. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation spread. It was silent, but it devoured and assimilated everything. The space that Fang Yuan could dodge became smaller and smaller. He was surrounded by Giant Sun's will. He was surrounded by danger. Giant Sun's will, I am standing here. Do you dare to come? Fang Yuan stood still. He stopped activating Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU. Giant Sun's will also stopped. He was a few hundred steps away from Fang Yuan. He did not get any closer. I expected you to make such a choice. He sneered in disdain. But so what? You are only delaying your death for a while. I will watch you die of old age. So it turned out. The place where Fang Yuan was standing was covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom countered Giant Sun's will, thus Giant Sun's will stopped his pursuit. After this intense battle, his remaining will was only the size of an adult. It could not withstand such intense consumption. Fang Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yarrow's will reminded. There's no other way. Under these circumstances, what do you think I can do? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a resentful tone. He also felt extremely helpless. Standing in the halo of wisdom, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan decreasing. However, he was forced to do so. Giant Sun's will hated him to the core, not giving him any chance to compromise. Sigh. Mo Yarrow's will sighed heavily. You're just struggling at death's door. Maybe at the next moment, Wisdom GU will retract the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan remained silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan and the rest, all of you go and deal with this thief. The defensive GU on his body. He had already used up more than half of his energy in the battle against me. You are forcing him towards Wisdom GU. The closer he got to Wisdom GU, the brighter and stronger the light of wisdom, and the faster his lifespan was consumed. I want to see just how much lifespan he can use up. He Lulan and the rest responded loudly. Even He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique, did not want to fight close combat with Fang Yuan. They had already discussed this, and now they attacked together, launching long-range attacks. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, standing in the halo. He activated his defensive GU while retaliating with long-range combat GU. His body was covered in 4 to 5 layers of light barriers. Dozens of bone shields danced in the air, and from time to time, stone doors rose from the ground, blocking the fierce firepower of He Lulan and the rest. Ordinary defensive mortal GU were not useful against Giant Sun's will. But against these mortal GU masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator, and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat GU, it was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited Primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's will. Hurry up and attack, don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited Primeval essence, mortal GU cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal GU are not immortal GU, they also have a limit. Activating them continuously will cause the GU worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively, they knew a lot. GU were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence, they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal GU masters used mortal GU, because of their limited Primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times, thus this disadvantage was not obvious. When GU immortals used mortal GU, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many GU worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of GU worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle, he continuously changed GU, using them alternately, like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal GU for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many GU. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many GU. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Suns will thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88 Point Shenyang Tower, thus Giant Suns will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court Blessed Land and obtained great support. Giant Suns will was experienced and knowledgeable, thinking of whole Earth GU and connecting Heaven GU, he immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's immortal Blessed Land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal GU through jewel yellow skies. Although most of them were given to Tai by Yunsheng. But he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. There was no harm in being prepared, it was finally put to use now. Mph, you borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Suns will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning, piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of GU worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal GU. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. Giant Suns will said as he split into a dozen or so GU worms and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 GU worms. These mortal GU had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the cooperation of Giant Sun's will, everyone immediately refined the GU worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move. After He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free, I never had a name for it. Giant Suns will said indifferently, right now, it is indeed useful, so let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light chi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited, the purple light chi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it, this killer move's effect is like this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 sealing killer move targeted GU worms. This concept was not strange, Most of a GU master's battle strength came from their GU worms. Thus, many GU worms targeted this point, like rank 4 flattening the bone GU, rank 5 crow 7 GU. But this 38 sealing killer moves effect was much stronger than the crow 7 GU. When a GU master was hit by it, all of their GU worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal immortal GU. But for mortal GU, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed. The GU worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive GU worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move, and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fang Yuan was hit, his defensive GU were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light chi, and the stone door shield GU was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light chi, and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield GU. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light chi, even if the corresponding wind blade GU was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple chi would appear on the GU worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive GU, but difficult to seal offensive GU, because defensive GU were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 sealing killer move treated all GU equally. Fang Yuan's GU worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive GU to begin with, and could not resist the purple light chi. He could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big, there would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather have more offensive GU sealed, and use defensive GU to protect himself. Once the purple light chi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding GU worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other GU masters. "Kill, I'll kill you, you devil!" Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly, and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks and rocks to fly, and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere, and was caught in the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. "You demon, your sins are too heinous. You actually overthrew True Yang building. We ended up like this. It is all your fault." Jiu Guolong shouted angrily. The wind blades he shot out were like blades. They were endless, and had the ability to track, cutting open wounds on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also shot out from time to time, and did not stop at all. The surviving dozen or so GU masters gritted their teeth. They were filled with anger. They wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink Fang Yuan's blood. They had worked so hard and fought in the battlefield, taking huge risks, and finally arrived at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to be a huge fortuitous encounter, but they ended up in such a state. Their clansmen and friends were all dead. This difference was too great. Facing the culprit who caused all of this, it was easy to imagine how furious they were. "You are destined to die today. This is the result of offending ancestor Giant Sun." Some GU masters did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's will was not in human form, and no expression could be seen. Chapter 649. Giant Sun's will was too strong. Not only in battle strength, but also in his deep foundation. He had inherited a portion of the immortal Venerable's experience, and just a killer move that he created unintentionally forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation again. "Damn it, is it time to use Spring-Autumn Cicada again?" Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought emerging in his mind. His first aperture was filled with heavy pressure. The aperture walls were filled with spider-web-like cracks. Spring-Autumn Cicada floated in the center, its body flickering with alternating yellow and green light. Fang Yuan did not hold back. His aperture had clearly reached its limit. It might shatter at any moment. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. His GU worms were getting more and more sealed. His firepower was getting weaker. Fang Yuan was gradually getting beaten up. "Come, fight back." The GU masters laughed wildly. "Why are you scared now? Come out and fight if you have the gut. Some sneered. You demon, to think you would have such a day, die. Someone cursed in pain. Seeing Fang Yuan being suppressed by them, they felt incomparable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yaro's Will's anxious voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. Oh no. Fang Yuan, zombie black spots have appeared on your body. The death energy has already started to corrode your body. If the black spots spread all over your body, you will become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. An even worse situation appeared. The originally estimated time limit of an hour had not even reached, but Fang Yuan had already turned into a zombie. The zombie state had already been permeated by the death energy, and could not be restored. Unless the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king was dispelled, the zombie black spots would continue to spread. No, once I dispel the killer move, giant suns will suddenly attack. At such a short distance, I will not be able to react. I had no time to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression extremely grave. Although he had defensive GU worms, these mortal GU were not worth mentioning in front of Giant Sun's will. Only 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Only then could Fang Yuan gain a firm foothold. Right now. Although Giant Sun's will did not go deep into the light of wisdom, that was because the price was too high. The gains were too small. Giant Sun's will could definitely give up. To lure the 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal GU at once. If I stop my killer move, Giant Sun's will most likely go all out and kill me. As long as I die. Then it would be able to take back Giant Sun's immortal essence. We cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But, your body. Mo Yaro's tone was hesitant and full of worry. Fang Yuan was silent, his gaze steely. At first, it was only a small spot on his back, but in a short span of a dozen breaths, it had spread to the entire back. The speed at which it spread was getting faster and faster. Soon after, Fang Yuan's chest was corroded into a deep black color. The GU masters were slightly stunned at this situation. Giant Suns will laughed, so that's how it is. You've been a zombie for too long. The balance between the death chi and life chi has been broken. Now the death chi is overflowing. You will completely become a zombie, a living dead, a monster that is neither human nor ghost. You will never be able to advance in your cultivation. Giant Sun's will was experienced and had broad horizons. He immediately saw through Fang Yuan's situation. The GU master's morale immediately rose. Someone laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, evil is doomed to destruction. Demon, you have committed too many evil deeds, you brought this upon yourself. Now, even without us doing anything, you are finished. Mph, demonic path people are greedy for strength, they disregard everything. Now, you have finally tasted the bitter fruit. What a pity, even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming, harming the common people, going against ancestor Giant Sun, us, and the righteous path. Mo Yaro's will also urged, Fang Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not dare to come in, he does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent, you should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated and his expression fluctuated. But in the end, he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the strength path immortal aperture, the clear world had turned into dark gray, white stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying, there was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling, it was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a GU immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, The current Fang Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use Spring-Autumn Cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time. I can naturally avoid this situation. But Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close. There was no sound of wind, it only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Fang Yuan faced everyone from afar. He suddenly made a shocking move. He stopped all his Gu worms. He had completely turned into a 6-arm heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed Gu worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Fang Yuan did not activate his Gu worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the Gu worms. Everyone was stunned. Even giant suns could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the Gu masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his Gu worms in front of us. He is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Fang Yuan retreated step by step, relying on 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense and recovery ability to resist everyone's attacks. Be careful. Don't affect Wisdom Gu. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting closer to Wisdom Gu, He Lulan quickly reminded. The Gu master's firepower was slightly restrained. It was no longer vast, but it was more precise, targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance was unrecognizable. His chest was lacerated, his bones were broken, and his organs were damaged. He had no choice but to turn around, his back facing everyone as he continued to take the attacks. Boom! A bolt of lightning fiercely struck Fang Yuan's back. A huge force pushed him to the ground. Cheers came from behind. Ha ha ha, I defeated him. This Gu worm that I just caught is not bad, it should be rank 5 lightning hammer Gu. Fang Yuan got up with difficulty. His back was lacerated, there were traces of lightning coiling around the wound, his spine was exposed in the air. Take my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh! A huge sawtooth wind blade flew over, coiling around Fang Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell to the ground. This person was breathing roughly, his Primeval essence was almost used up, but his eyes were shining with a cruel and excited light. He shouted, Did you see that? Did you see that? I cut off one of his arms. H, you just grabbed his weakness. If not for the flesh on that arm being cut off, with only a single bone left, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. Even though 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was strong, it could not block such frequent and heavy attacks. Everyone laughed, shouted, and ravaged Fang Yuan, taking pride in inflicting deeper injuries on his body, competing with each other. Fang Yuan was knocked down again and again, his tall and sturdy body became short and crooked. But he got up again and again. Even though he only had 1 arm left out of his 8. Even though he did not have any intact skin on his body, green zombie blood splattered everywhere, his organs were exposed, and his right shoulder was only left with a pale white scapula. Why? Why? Mo Yaros cried. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Suns suddenly spoke. The Gu masters did not dare to disobey, their attacks stopped. At this point, you are still not willing to give up. Your spirit is truly admirable. Giant Suns said in a gentle tone, Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this point. Give up, I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to atone for your crimes. What? Ancestor Giant Sun, you want to spare him? Ancestor, please reconsider. Everyone was in an uproar. Surrender. Fang Yuan chuckled, let me think about it. Giant Suns continued, you destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower, your crimes are unforgivable, but I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf, acknowledge me as your master and help me rebuild 88-point Shenyang Tower, only then can you wash away your sins. After True Yang Tower is rebuilt, not only will I return you your freedom, I will also teach you how to get rid of your zombie identity and regain your flesh and blood body. If others heard this, their hearts would have already wavered. Giant Suns gave Fang Yuan a way out, and more importantly, gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan muttered, "Let me think about it." Giant Sun's Will smiled lightly. "I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count to 10 and you will give me an answer." 10. Fang Yuan, lad, are you really going to surrender? Be careful of Giant Sun's Will's tricks. As long as you leave the light of wisdom, you will be his prey. He can do whatever he wants to you. Mo Yaro's Will worriedly warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. How can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it? Shortly after, he sighed, "Sigh, to think that I still have to use my final trump card." You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have a spring-autumn cicada. What? Spring-autumn cicada? Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical GU, the one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past, the spring-autumn cicada that can change history? Mo Yaro's Will cried out in shock. Chapter 650. That's right. As Fang Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yaro's Will in return, "Haven't you always wanted me to use it?" Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yaro's Will was startled, and he immediately denied it. He. Fang Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada, and you know the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, your Will already knew about this secret, right? Mo Yaro's Will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, "Fang Yuan, have you misunderstood something?" Fang Yuan ignored her and continued, "You knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into True Young Building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle, acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions." Mo Yaro's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression. "Little guy. What's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine?" He. Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When Giant Sun's Will awakened, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent, but on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun, on one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyun, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances, I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master, after exiting the True Young Building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life, a certain person. My personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating. Mo Yaro's Will widened its eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, as if it had been wronged, "Fang Yuan, kid. All of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this." Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Fang Yuan laughed. Ha, admit my failure. Of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you, Mo Yaro, and Giant Sun. Experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is? Mo Yaro's Will snorted coldly, crossing its arms. Kid, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued, your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with the rank 7 formless hand. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction, you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover. Fang Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yaro's Will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time, she did not retort. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal GU house to restrict me at the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a GU immortal, why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans. Mo Yaro's Will raised her head and laughed, retorting, Fang Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget, I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's Will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time and made you turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed. Harming me and saving me at the same time, this is all part of your plan. As long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, if I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time, if I saw Spring-Autumn Cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to go against the River of Time. Spring-Autumn Cicada's effect is to sacrifice the GU Master completely, leaving only the GU Master's consciousness in the GU worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into Spring-Autumn Cicada and destroy the GU Master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history. Fang Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yaro's Will shrunk, falling into silence again. Fang Yuan said, however, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are 2 main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most GU worms independently. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the GU Master to self-detonate, sacrificing their Primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other GU worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, Spring-Autumn Cicada is my GU worm. It is also my vital GU. It is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. It is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later, I found many Wisdom Path GU worms that can produce many kinds of wills, thus it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way, you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me and raise my foundation, so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use Spring-Autumn Cicada despite the huge risk. Saying so, Fang Yuan sighed, I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in true yang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyun, Giant Sun's will, and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere. It was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was hanging by a thread, you had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it. It was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my spring-autumn cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Fang Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yaro's will did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent. And outside, Giant Sun's will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yaro broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. Hey, good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yaro's will. Mo Yaro's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful, her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 GU immortal and a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88 Point Shenyang Tower. I obtained a true inheritance in True Inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Di Chio inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared, to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal GU. On the other hand, it was a trap, mainly targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed the sect for Bo Qing. But I did not expect that after 10,000 years, the person I waited for would be you. Actually, when you were refining calamity beckoning immortal GU, I had already discovered the spring-autumn cicada in your body. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I had tampered with the immortal GU refinement process. My will was already hidden in the refined calamity beckoning immortal GU. This arrangement was to deal with Spirit Affinity House's pursuers, because no one could find an opportunity to refine the immortal GU and did not grab it. Chapter 651. Just like you said, when I found out you had Spring-Autumn Cicada for the first time, I was extremely excited and immediately thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. I used Calamity beckoning Immortal GU to lure you to Water Pavilion. The 10% refinement of Water Pavilion was also a facade I made to make you lower your guard. After you go out, I will immediately activate the Water Pavilion and hide in the sweat on your skin. But regarding this point, how did you confirm that the Water Pavilion was on you from the very beginning? Fang Yuan replied, this is not hard to guess. Firstly, you had to ensure my safety. Just your will alone was not enough. The rank 7 Immortal GU House Water Pavilion was the strongest guarantee. Secondly, thinking expended thoughts and damaged your will. I asked you to think of strength path killer moves, but I did not see your will weaken. After that, you fought with Giant Sun's will in my mind, refining True Yang building supreme true inheritance and also receiving the light of wisdom, but I still did not see any signs of your will weakening. The only explanation is that Water Pavilion is close to you. Your will was constantly replenished in the building. Back then, when I inspected the GU worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not notice it at first glance. The crucial GU worm should be that Wisdom Path Immortal GU Delight in Water and Mountain GU, right? Hey, you guessed half right. Mo Yaro's will said, Delight in Water and Mountain GU can only produce joyful will, But this will of mine is not joyful will, it is transformed from joyful will through some other gu worms. This kind of will can indeed influence one's thoughts and thoughts, making people do things that go against their nature. That means, you purposely could not defeat Giant Sun's will? Fang Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed very strong, but the difference in battle strength between us is not so great. When I woke up from my daze, when I realized that Water Pavilion had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect me and save my life, I realized that something was wrong. Although I was vigilant earlier. But because of your secret influence, it gradually dissipated. But although I felt something was wrong, I did not dare to confirm it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big, there are only a few external factors that can affect the situation. How could I not pay attention to formless hands? Thus, I decided to take a risk and beat him at his own game. I purposely moved slowly and took a hit from the formless hands. The result proves that you indeed have ulterior motives. Later on, although the Water Pavilion was in ruins. However, I was still worried about its power. Thus, I deceived you into entering my immortal aperture and borrowed your gu worms. Afterwards, when he fought with them from afar, he purposely got hit by their killer moves and most of the gu worms he borrowed from them were sealed. It was to prevent anyone from entering. Do you have any gu worms that don't require Primeval essence to activate? Mo Yarrow's will heard this. Shaking his head, he lamented, Fang Yuan, you're too smart. Once you realized something was wrong, you calculated to this extent. Your acting skills are even better than mine. But there's still something I don't understand, Fang Yuan said. Oh, please. Earlier, I had fixed immortal travel taken away by a six-fingered formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an immortal gu that you want to get rid of secretly. It will affect your plans too much. But why are you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand will snatch the fixed immortal travel? And not other immortal gu that are inferior to spring-autumn cicada? Mo Yarrow's will smiled bitterly. Kid, I am only the will left behind by my main body for 10,000 years. Do you really think I can control the situation? The situation was so chaotic back then. The moment the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid that Water Pavilion's appearance would arouse your suspicions. But after it snatched fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts and made you make the decision to help Tai by Yunsheng. This delayed your time and caused you to lose fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was stunned. Your luck is really good. Mo Yarrow shook his head, smiling bitterly. Back then, I sneaked into True Yang Building and wanted to snatch fortune rivaling Heaven GU, but I let it escape. Ever since then, my luck has been bad. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning immortal GU in Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, the formless hand grabbed the core Water Harmony immortal GU. If your spring-autumn cicada had a mortal's consciousness, I would have made a move long ago. But it had your GU immortal will inside, so I did not dare to act rashly and could only infiltrate it secretly. I was lurking in your mind, paying attention to your thoughts and prying into your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split my attention. All my will was used to control Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, when you realized something was amiss, I would have sensed it. In fact, I might have even interfered with your thoughts and made you overlook this. Also, I really did not have much immortal essence left, most of it was used to nurture my will. Your battle of attrition was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would be different. Fang Yuan nodded. Sigh, actually, I had an unfair advantage. Just a will cannot think as comprehensively as the main body. Especially when wills have their own characteristics, their actions will be biased. A will is a will after all, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body were to deal with me, I would have fallen for it long ago. Fairy Mo Yarrow, you truly live up to your reputation. Just by relying on your will, you were able to reach this step. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly. After revealing his cards, he instead consoled Mo Yarrow's will, as if he had forgotten that they were enemies, as if he and Mo Yarrow's will had been good friends for many years. He continued to sigh. This plan of yours is too difficult to execute. It is like walking on a tightrope. You need to pay attention to the balance of the situation at all times. If it was before, when you dealt with me, I might have been deceived by you. Unfortunately, not long after I came to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake. And my aim is to not make the same mistake again. Saying so, the image of a white-clothed girl appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, it is all thanks to Wisdom Gu's help. Without using it actively, just the passive light of wisdom allowed me to think so quickly. I was able to think through many things and see through your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal GU. After saying so much, I have a question for you. What is your will? Mo Yarrow chuckled. There is no harm in telling you now. Anyway, you already know my methods. You will get the answer sooner or later. And in this situation, even if you find out my true motive, it is already too late. You using spring-autumn cicada to self-detonate is already a foregone conclusion. This will of mine is called fake will. Fake is real, true is fake. Fake will disguise as other people's thoughts and participate in the collision of thoughts, secretly changing the result of their thoughts and influencing their decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find out where you were hiding after searching my mind so many times. So you were disguising as my thoughts. But you are wrong about one thing. I will not use spring-autumn cicada. Are you sure? Hee. Mo Yarrow's will laughed. I was the one who helped you perfect 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. I purposely underestimated the time limit and turned you into a zombie body. You have already lost the possibility of advancing further. You have no future left now. I have been by your side for so long. I have a deep understanding of you. You no longer have any trump cards. In the current situation, the wind veil of assimilation is pressing down. You have lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can maintain the Stargate stably? Don't be unrealistic. You are currently being attacked by everyone. Although you purposely acted low earlier, your battle strength is still lower than Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not true inheritance secluded domain. In true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts will be suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal GU, I will not lend it to you anymore. Also, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge hidden threat, that is great strength true martial physiques He Lulan, rank 5 peak stage, hehe, think about the power of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only relying on the light of wisdom GU to maintain the light of wisdom. Ha, strong enemies are waiting for you, you have no way out. Mo Yarrow's will laughed for a while before speaking in a gentle tone. You are not willing to use spring-autumn cicada because you are worried about your black coffin luck. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Spring-autumn cicada's weakness is this, it will make the host's luck worse and worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable suffered from this. Luck is indeed a huge influence, but it cannot decide everything, it also depends on who is facing it. You have so much bad luck, but you used your own strength and intelligence to contend against it, and still had such accomplishments. Ma Hongyun had so much good luck, but he could not grasp it. Even though he escaped, he must have fallen into the hands of Northern Plains GU immortals and become a prisoner. Fang Yuan sneered, you have planned for so long, you must have made ample preparations, you definitely have the confidence to win. A contest of wills is my weakness. If I self-detonate, I will be using my weakness to fight against your advantage. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yarrow also laughed, to think that you also have a timid moment. Unfortunately, your guess is not completely correct. I indeed want to use spring-autumn cicada, but your foundation is not enough to go back to 10,000 years ago. I plan to go against the river of time and find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Using the power of the inheritance, I will go against the flow of time for 10,000 years. He. Don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance is? Mo Yarrow revealed a shocking news. She actually knew about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not reply, he only remained silent. In the outside world, giant suns will finally counted down from 10 to 1. It seems you are stubborn, you want to resist till the end. Not obtaining Fang Yuan's surrender, Giant Sun's will's voice was very deep. There's no pity for this demon to die. Ancestor Giant Sun was merciful and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf, but he is still stubborn. Yi Lui Sang shouted, but inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. Kill this demon, cut off his head and use it as our urinal. Today, we will get rid of this evil for the people. The crowd was boiling. Not good, the wind veil of assimilation is less than 100 steps away. Ancestor Giant Sun, what do we do? Someone was panicking. Chapter 652. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer. This was the main reason why Giant Sons will wanted Fang Yuan to surrender. If Fang Yuan surrendered and offered his prime Val essence, everything would be easy. But Fang Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender. Giant Sons will had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Hey Lulan, this is a Strength Path Immortal GU for you. Release your Dark Path seal and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you. Giant Sons will said as he handed a Strength Path Immortal GU to Hei Lulan. After obtaining the Immortal GU that she had yearned for day and night, Hei Lulan could not conceal her excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Sons will promised the other GU Masters many benefits, giving out GU worms one by one. Giant Sons will raise the morale. This scoundrel has done many evil deeds, get rid of him, you will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people, you will be respected wherever you go. We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sons will had unparalleled prestige, he was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them, everyone mustered their courage and looked at Fang Yuan. Strange, why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked. If Fang Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He has completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. Hei Lulan explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked, they finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen, the GU Masters' killing intent surged, no doubt, this was the final battle. They wanted to kill Fang Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the great strength true martial physique and Giant Sons will. But they were also nervous. Fang Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given. But there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom GU suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of GU flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now, it completely concealed it and hid among the GU group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Sons was the first to react, laughing loudly. Wonderful. This wisdom goose wild will had just been born, it was still very immature. Previously, he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Sons could directly participate in the battle. Demon, the wisdom GU that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here, accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale was high. Giant Sun's will was even more restless. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds, it was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs, his eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe, his body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left, his body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damned demon, why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward, his body was like a bear, he stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction, now you are dead. Fang Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now, you have nowhere to go. Giant Sun's will resolutely shouted. Mo Yarrow's will also said, lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon, if Giant Sun's will gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up, this is a hopeless situation, there is no way out. Quickly use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter stopped, he said in a hoarse voice, isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned, these words were very familiar, after thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luo Po Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Renzu searched for the missing northern dark ice soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze. For several days and nights, he could not find the exit. He was extremely tired, he collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope, what he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of loneliness, he had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Renzu felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped, he was the only person left in the world, a lonely person, there was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Renzu felt suffocated, but as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness, he even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness, he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, "Oh human, what exactly are you? Struggling in this world. Coming and going in such a hurry." Then he heard a voice from inside his body, "Oh human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely, thus you wish to be comforted, understood, and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out, leave this godforsaken place." Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me? The voice laughed again. "I am a GU, called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart and you will discover me." Renzu quickly examined his heart of loneliness, and indeed, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a GU worm. This GU worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him. But it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times, to the size of an ant. Renzu was surprised. This GU worm of yours, how did it get into my body?" Self-GU said, "Ever since you gained life, I have been in your body, you just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me, you need to examine your inner heart in loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had no interest, he did not mind. He was still thinking about Northern Dark Ice Soul. Self-GU saw Renzu's waning interest and smiled. "Renzu, you should be happy. You need to know, discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world, let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way, can you bring me out of Luo Po Valley and cross Reverse Flow River?" Renzu was surprised and joyful. Self-GU laughed loudly. "Oh Renzu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate GU when it visited Fairness GU. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path. Renzu was confused. Didn't you say there is only one path? Wisdom Gu already told me, where is there a second path? Self Gu said, Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet. Renzu was even more confused. Then how do I walk? Self Gu said, Didn't I say it, you need to think about walking first. Think. Renzu tried to use his brain, thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a Gu jumped out of his mind. Renzu recognized this Gu. It was Renzu's good friend, Cognition Gu. Where there is cognition, there will be me. Cognition Gu said, Oh human, you are in a predicament again, let me help you. Saying so, Cognition Gu let out radiance and enlightened Renzu. Cognition Gu had an ability, it could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Gu would obtain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained self-wings and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles, it was very small. Cognition Gu guided, Millimeter, this pair of wings is called Renzu, it will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful, new paths are hard to walk, other Gu cannot be relied on, you can only rely on self Gu. Saying so, Cognition Gu vanished. Renzu was still confused, how should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone, you can only walk alone. Self Gu's tone was excited. Renzu took a step forward. Boom. At the next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and reacted, they were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Kill, let's work together and kill him. Hehehe, who do you think you are, you dare to compare yourself to Renzu? Then walk, I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience, they shouted and charged towards Fang Yuan. Goo. At this time, Hei Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom. Chapter 653. This Strength Path Phantom's facial features resembled the young Fang Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Gu Masters, it was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that Hei Lulan's killer move? In his mind, Mo Yaro's will was stunned. Oh, I remember, you took his crucial Gu worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, the Gu Masters had already charged forward. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Yelu Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. The only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady Hei Lulan's name. This Strength Path Phantom only has the form, at most it only has half the power of Lady Hei Lulan's killer move, what is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only Hei Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital Gu to send out a Strength Path Phantom? How is this possible? This Strength Path Phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital Gu was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Fang Yuan forcefully refined Hei Lulan's vital Gu. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal, with the help of immortal essence, even mortal Gu had a huge advantage. But the Strength Path Phantom that Fang Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised Hei Lulan. Even if you snatched Hei Lulan's Gu and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to Hei Lulan's original killer move, it's a far cry, Mo Yaro's will commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Fang Yuan. On the outside, giant suns had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Fang Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well, then. Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Fang Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist. Using his only remaining arm, fist chi gushed out. It turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging Jiyu masters. Fang Yuan punched again. It was another strength path phantom, but this time it was different. This strength path phantom looked like the young Fang Yuan. Dansheng had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Fang Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen. Boom boom boom. Punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and clouds surged, like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strength path phantoms appeared out of nowhere, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Fang Yuan in the center. The Jiyu masters had just killed the 2 strength path phantoms and were preparing to fight with Fang Yuan. They raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many strength path phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Fang Yuan punched continuously, the fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one strength path phantom after another. The Jiyu masters could not believe it. This number greatly surpassed He Lolan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 strength path phantoms. Fang Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Fang Yuan had used a Jiyu worm to create an illusion. But next, the strength path phantoms' attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill. We will let you have a taste of our power. These strength path phantoms could actually speak human language. They had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The Jiyu masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the strength path phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation, they are only strength path phantoms. Damn it, these strength path phantoms can actually cooperate with each other, they can use battle tactic. The Jiyu masters shouted, they formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these strength path phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These strength path phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice. Although they only had one method of attack, they gave the Jiyu masters enormous pressure. The Jiyu masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lolan's heart shook with unease. Fang Yuan retreated while punching. The number of strength path phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours. Mo Yaro's will stammered, she was completely shocked. She analyzed, mortal Jiyu absolutely cannot have such power, you must have used an immortal Jiyu. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover. No, impossible, you must have refined an immortal Jiyu. How could you refine an immortal Jiyu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Jiyu? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal Jiyu. If it was someone else's immortal Jiyu, it would not be easy to deceive them, thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young wild will could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Jiyu worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then on Qing Maro Mountain, Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in Jiyu refinement. That means, you purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Mo Yaro's will realized this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead, thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yarrow continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Fang Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of strength path. His strength path phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms. But sometimes, he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the strength path phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yarrows will realized this and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path. Single-handedly. The essence of 2 completely different GU master paths were perfectly harmonized in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago. But there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yarrow's will. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom GU. Fang Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the GU worms he had and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital GU. This was one of the crucial parts of Fang Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal GU. The GU worms used to assemble 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and Fang Yuan's second vital GU, All-Out Effort GU, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's GU worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the Black Coffin Deathluck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us. To discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path, this is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yarrows will sighed. Her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Fang Yuan. He. Fang Yuan was just about to say something, when giant Sun's will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan dodged the attack from giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind. You were influencing my thoughts earlier. Fang Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yarrow's scheme. Mo Yarrows will shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, Lad, I asked you to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refuse. Fate sent you to me, it was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance. Most of your will and GU worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence is already under my control. You can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last. Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yaro's will while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Fang Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position. It was fine when Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Fang Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate. There were too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect, otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it! Giant Sun's will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left. He could not think for too long, it would cause a lot of internal friction. Chance. Suddenly, he turned into a golden rainbow. He weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned. Old man, what are you so anxious for? This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant Sun's will fell into Fang Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's will thought intensely. He moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms, so he directly slammed into it. Bang! With a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat? I've been waiting for a long time. Fang Yuan was already waiting behind him. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's will. Chapter 654. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again. Its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Fang Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Fang Yuan's trap. Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for? Giant Sun's will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's will's shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength true martial physique was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, He Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom! An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew, the phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength true martial physique. At this moment, He Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by immortal Gu dark limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. He Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord He Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Suzian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady with He tribe's supreme elder He Cheng. No wonder Giant Sun's will had chosen He Lulan and Ma Hongyun to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through He Lulan's true gender. Hei Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fist chi kept surging around him. Condensing one strength path phantom after another, the army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of Hei Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move. You can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a Valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the strength path phantom army attacked, she did not budge. Save me. Yi Lui sang and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Fang Yuan was multitasking, dealing with Hei Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other GU masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's will. The attainment of an enslavement pathmaster was displayed without a doubt. The strength path phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one, and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Lui Sang and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. Hei Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital GU, but he can actually create strength path phantoms that are exactly the same as him. Hei Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the strength path phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single strength path phantom was not enough to worry about. But with 3 strength path phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 strength path phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back Hei Lulan. 9 strength path phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on Hei Lulan. The more strength path phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this, but Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was his own strength path phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. Hei Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Lui Sang and the others were killed by the strength path phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sun's will made the opposite choice from Hei Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sun's will saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Fang Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yaro's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the strength path phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His strength path phantoms army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these strength path phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yaro's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sun's will attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was Hei Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength true martial physique's battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of strength path phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this strength path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The strength path phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Suzanne was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. Hei Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Ren Zhu told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, Your strength path phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power, you desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the strength path phantoms. Suzanne nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down Hei Lolan's cheeks. One day, when the strength path phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. After Suzanne said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother. In the room, Hei Lolan's heartbroken voice echoed. Hei Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant suns will roared angrily, breaking Hei Lolan's memories. Hei Lulan woke up, she stared at Fang Yuan. Her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her. How did he do it? It is the final moment. The wind veil of assimilation is approaching. Hei Lulan, self-detonate. I will save you. I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Suns will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment, he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. Hei Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Suns will has an immortal GU, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try, he did not have much hope. But after Hei Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down, her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Suns will saw that the situation was bad. He quickly shouted, don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. Hei Lulan, don't hesitate, this is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor. Don't forget, I am only lending the strength path immortal GU to you, it still has my will inside, as long as I willed it, the immortal GU will self-detonate. Hei Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, you are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what GU did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price, hand over your life. Hei Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea. She carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Good, I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique. Saying so, he took the initiative to face Hei Lulan in close combat. Although 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited Primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal GU were constantly activated. Hei Lolan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure. She was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made Hei Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows, evenly matched. Giant Suns did not wait for long. He finally saw a flaw in Fang Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan took a step back, his body turned around and punched back. He clearly hated Giant Suns to the core. Giant Suns gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, Hei Lulan. As long as she grasped this flaw, Hei Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Fang Yuan, or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Suns finally saw hope. Here it comes. Hei Lulan charged forward, activating her GU worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. You! Giant Suns shouted in shock. Hei Lolan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan, but hit him instead. Giant Suns collapsed, revealing 3 immortal GU. Hei Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal GU in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal GU into her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, The dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's will, before exploding. Chapter 655. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him, he shouted in anger. He could not understand. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path immortal GU, why should I listen to your orders? Hei Lulan sneered, her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. You ingrate, unfilial descendant, you dare to betray your ancestor. The golden thoughts screamed in anger. Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts, is that why you are so shallow? Hei Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. You want me to self-detonate, and now you say you can save me, why? Because of your slavery GU, divert disaster GU, and fixed immortal travel? These are your only 3 remaining immortal GU, tell me, which immortal GU can bring me back to life? H, you think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now, what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are a will left behind by a dead person? He, even if you are Giant Sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era, why is a dead person like you still jumping around? Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. Hei Lulan, she was still that Hei Lulan. Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal GU. The golden thoughts cursed loudly. But Hei Lulan was calm. Go ahead and try. How can this be? You actually suppressed 4 immortal GU. Even though you have the great strength true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal GU? The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal GU had failed. There are many things you do not know. The current Hei Lulan was unfathomable. Hei Lulan, you have the Huang Jin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things, when did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time? The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sigh, you're really embarrassing the Giant Sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Fang Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously, Hei Lulan roared, Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it, what GU did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life. Fang Yuan did not use any GU worms. However, Hei Lulan said that Fang Yuan had used a GU. This was the code. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Hei Lulan, they were both meticulous, suspicious, and ruthless heroes. The 2 of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so. Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble, after all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The 2 swindlers worked together sincerely. Hei Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against Giant Sun's will, taking away all the immortal GU. I am not resigned to this, I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88-point Shenyang Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. True Yang Building will be rebuilt, and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you. If not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed hysterically. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. No matter how few thoughts it had, it was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from blood path, strength path, and enslavement path, his wisdom path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured giant sun's will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yarrow's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in Imperial Court Blessed Land, the strongest existence, turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Fang Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now, it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Fang Yuan nodded, sneering, "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal GU fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine. It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Fang Yuan's consciousness in the GU worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Fang Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. "I know, this is one of my conditions. Now, I am suppressing your immortal GU, but time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel," He Lulan said shockingly. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. "Why should I lend it to you? Tempage, the GU is with me. Without fixed immortal travel, how can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate sincerely can this be possible," He Lulan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place?" He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. "The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth, whole earth GU and connecting heaven GU cannot be used. You actually have other methods, but you are not using them. This method has its flaws." She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart, she was just probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, his strength path phantom army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength true martial physique self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Fang Yuan many times at 88-point Shenyang Tower, and was evenly matched. She had even given Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. Now, she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal GU at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Fang Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yarrow's will, Fang Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about, "Then what do I get?" "Immortal GU Dark Limit." He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. "Oh. Please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this GU. This GU is in the hands of GU Immortal Jiang Yu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of Immortal GU Dark Limit. You committed such a huge crime, Northern Plains GU Immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with Immortal GU Dark Limit, you will not be able to find out your location." "Interesting, what else?" Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. "We are all smart people, frankly speaking. I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right? Not to the extent of dying together. It will bring me a lot of trouble." "But it is true." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. "From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card." Fang Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal GU. The great strength true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued, "I will help you obtain Immortal GU Dark Limit. After I use fixed immortal travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my strength path killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai by Yunsheng. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai by Yunsheng was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai by Yunsheng's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal GU Dark Limit was the main point, fixed immortal travel was the secondary point, after that was the strength path killer move, and finally, Tai by Yunsheng. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Fang Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Fang Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hand. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why, he did not need to. Ha ha! Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation. His gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows, and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in her hands. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fang Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of GU worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more GU worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. And Calamity Tribulation Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today, let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated fixed immortal travel. A jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a GU immortal, but she could activate immortal GU. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fang Yuan, seemingly asking casually, "What is the name of your killer move?" "Myriad Self." Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, fixed immortal travel activated. He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using fixed immortal travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions. Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of GU worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight GU and opened a stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying GU worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a GU worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 Wisdom GU. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net, scheming and scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan. Myriad Self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones, dual demons will have endless mysteries. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a 6-arm heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul. It has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace. There was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange. He knew that this was the after-effect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. Where is the land spirit? Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to. Like the sound of sand rubbing against ice, it gave off a dry and cold feeling. Master. At the next moment, Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now, it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. How long did I sleep for? Fang Yuan nodded and asked. Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights, this was the time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 5 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the northern plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept. He had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon, he would return to northern plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. Master. Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back. She believed him. One day. Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much. With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white foxtail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of Primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital GU. The originally transparent purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a grey stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal GU filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal GU. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Fang Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty. It could no longer produce Primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead, it can no longer produce Primeval essence. Fang Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyue's generation. Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie. Their aperture could no longer produce Primeval essence, thus they had a huge demand for GU worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyue's generation. I had already ascended to a GU immortal. I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed Strength Path immortal aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast, white stone mountains had already collapsed, the ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks, it was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom GU. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Fang Yuan's GU worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal GU. There were as many as 7 immortal GU inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal GU were unique, they were extremely rare. Ordinary GU immortals often did not even have one immortal GU. Including the fixed immortal travel GU that he lent to He Lulan, as well as Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal GU. This number was enough to make most rank 7 GU immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal GU related to Water Pavilion, Worldly Wave Trace GU, Delight in Water and Mountain GU, and Calamity Beckoning immortal GU. As for the other 4 immortal GU, they were obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal GU, there were also mortal GU. Among them, the most valuable mortal GU was also obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These GU worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common GU worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital GU, rank 4 all-out effort GU. As well as bitter strength GU, borrow strength GU, self-reliance GU, refine essence spirit GU, earth strength GU, water strength GU, wind strength GU, lightning strength GU, fire strength GU, lurking soul coat GU, breath concealment GU and others. It was these GU worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Fang Yuan to obtain victory in the Wind Veil of Assimilation. Other than these, there were other miscellaneous GU. For example, during Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he used Eagle Rise GU, which consumed the most energy. Windflower GU that could quickly change direction, Soulblade GU obtained from Soulblade General Panping, Battlebone Wheel GU, Stargate GU, Whole Earth GU, Connecting Heaven GU, Divine Sense GU and others that GU immortals were equipped with. Among them, the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to Northern Plains, they helped Fang Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture and immortal aperture, Fang Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster. 20 feet tall. Green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body, like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was, he had 8 arms. Other than the original 2 arms. The other 6 had sinister appearances. They were respectively from rank 5 Flying Zombie GU, Azura Zombie GU, Heavenly Demon Zombie GU, Bloodwhite Zombie GU, Nightmare Zombie GU, Plague Zombie GU and Earth Chief Zombie GU. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Fang Yuan did not care. Land Spirit Little Who Immortal cared because she was the female GU Immortal Fairy White Fox's obsession. Fang Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities. Invulnerable to all tribulations, no one could harm his life, he had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged, and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many GU masters and GU immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Fang Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, He had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yaro's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using wisdom GU was the second method. Little Hu Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Fang Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are two main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days. Sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate. They have stopped their rockmen trade with us." Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their rockmen trade. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Dang Hun Mountain. This was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, over a year ago, they sent Fang Jing to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the rockmen trade. But their main target was Dang Hun Mountain and Guts Gu. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Fang Yuan to open up the Guts Gu trade. But they were all rejected by Fang Yuan. Over the last year, Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not relent. Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted, thus they stopped the rockmen trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Fang Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is not a paradise. It is located on Tianti Mountain and its external situation has always been worrying. This time, Crane Gate is making trouble. There must be a reason behind it. I need to be careful. If Fang Yuan had an immortal aperture, his reliance on Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. There was no point in talking about it. Fang Yuan thought about it, but could not think of anything for the time being. Chapter 657. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged, or destroyed each other, and finally, one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now, Fang Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. If Fang Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyue's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Fang Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant suns will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day, I, Guyue Fang Yuan, would also become an idiot. Hee hee. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai Bai Yunxing in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit, it could move freely in Hu Immortal blessed land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai Bai Yunxing again. "Junior brother, you. Sigh. What should we do now?" As soon as he saw Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Fang Yuan had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Fang Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Originally, I had advanced to a strength path GU Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it. I have to continue calling you senior brother. Come on. Senior martial brother, this place is simple and crude, please find a stone block to sit on." The cave Fang Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Dang Hun Mountain years ago. The ruins of Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal GU, Fang Yuan had the help of Tai Bai Yunxing. It was restored. The restored Dang Hun Mountain retained this cave. But Dang Hun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 Immortal GU landscape as before could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Dang Hun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to recreate Dang Hun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber. The smell of cosmetics was too heavy, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave, it was very simple and crude. Tai Bai Yunxing chose a stone block closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Fang Yuan, he trusted him unconditionally. Because he and Fang Yuan had gone through life and death together, they had gone through too many trials and tribulations in Northern Plains, they had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in True Inheritance Secluded Domain, Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunxing twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time, he saved landscape as before Immortal GU, the second time, he abandoned man as before Immortal GU to save Tai Bai Yunxing's life. At that time, Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a GU Immortal inheritance, he naturally understood the attraction of an Immortal GU to a GU Immortal. Fang Yuan abandoned the Immortal GU to save him, Tai Bai Yunxing, it was enough to prove Fang Yuan's sincerity. Later, Tai Bai Yunxing was captured by He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Bai Yunxing also approved of Fang Yuan's choice, he felt relieved, this was a rational decision. When he woke up, he found he was already in Hu Immortal blessed land, he was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed, being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, Little Hu Immortal returned the 2 Immortal GU, landscape as before and man as before, to him. Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind and gentle nature, he had deep feelings towards these 2 Immortal GU. Regaining the precious treasures, he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from Little Hu Immortal, his heart shook, he could not feel happy anymore, his heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Fang Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now, he was sitting on a rock, his face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. "I am ashamed, junior brother, not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation." Fang Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. "Fate is fickle, it is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person, we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead, I am much better than those dead people and giant sons will, and at the final moment, I even obtained wisdom GU. I have already profited greatly, senior brother, don't worry about it, you should be happy." Before Fang Yuan left, He opened a stargate. Wisdom Gu realized this was a passageway to the outside world. Its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Fang Yuan. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stargate Gu was a mortal Gu. It could not bear the might of an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored Wisdom Gu into his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu concealed its aura, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land. Its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate Gu to pass through. Fang Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release Wisdom Gu. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tianti Mountain, absorbing the earth chi of Central Continent. It was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture hidden in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunsheng also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal Gu cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's emotions were sincere. As he said this, he had already stood up impatiently. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother. You are very clear in your heart. This man as before immortal Gu can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed, how can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste. Why waste the precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap slap slap. 5 to 6 times, Tai Bai Yunsheng actually slapped himself. Senior brother. Stop. Why are you doing this? Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunsheng's hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not match Fang Yuan's strength. After being restrained, he cried bitterly, Junior brother, I have let you down, I have let you down. As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, Senior brother, why are you like this? Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng cried bitterly. He had a kind nature, even though he had harmed Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother, but he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunsheng had taken the initiative to lend his Gu to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunsheng woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was paralyzed on the ground, feeling sad and ashamed. He was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. Looking down at Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. I am very happy that you can think this way. He smiled inwardly, but said sincerely, Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have Wisdom Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom Gu is rank 9, it followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, you will never be able to refine it, you will not be able to control it. Of course I understand this. But even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan, it is more suitable to be close to Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's back, consoling him. Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. This is my other gain from 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement pathmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement pathmaster. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fang Yuan laughed again. And most importantly, senior brother, have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88-point Shenyang Tower, he gave me a consumable GU to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I had already used this GU. Fang Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yunsheng's soul in 88-point Shenyang Tower. He knew all of Tai Bai Yunsheng's experiences and secrets. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path GU immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunsheng in 88-point Shenyang Tower, making him believe that he and Tai Bai Yunsheng had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes brightened. So junior brother has a way to contact Master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but Master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way. The fire of hope ignited in his heart. Listening to his tone, the old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai Bai Yunsheng was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Fang Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, "Senior brother, don't be impatient. I believe Master's letter will definitely come in a few days, we just need to wait patiently." Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Fang Yuan's mention of Zishan Makoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight, and Fang Yuan let go of his arm. Tai Bai Yunsheng took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior martial brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart, I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if Master has no way, I, Tai Bai Yunsheng, will use all my strength to revive junior brother." Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is Giant Sun Immortal's grotto heaven. We just tore down this old guy's true young building. You swear to it, isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side, and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You have to repay this kindness. Say it." Tai Bai Yunsheng answered immediately, without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness, even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, "I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was Master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path GU immortal, although I am a zombie now, I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." Ah! Tai Bai Yunsheng stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai Bai Yunsheng, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Bai Yunsheng could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while, before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face. He sneered, "Oh junior brother, in your dreams, how can seniority be messed around? Unless Master rearranges it, I will definitely be the senior brother, ha ha ha." Tai Bai Yunsheng was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? Hey! Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother. Ha ha ha, junior brother, I can understand you, I don't mind. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, as if they were family. Chapter 658. Only Fang Yuan was left in the cave. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already left. He sat on a stone stool, his 8 monstrous arms were hanging down, some were behind his back, and some were crossed in front of his chest. Together with his huge body, just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Fang Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan only believed in himself, he never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai Bai Yunsheng, he would obtain man as before immortal Gu, landscape as before immortal Gu, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit, Tai Bai Yunsheng was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in Northern Plains. Now that he had reached rank 6-time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Fang Yuan had once soul-searched him, thus he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person, he had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Fang Yuan, he had helped him several times in True Yang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted, and returned the 2 immortal Gu to him. He had already obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai Bai Yunsheng chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Fang Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the seat closest to Fang Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Fang Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Fang Yuan would harm him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once harmed Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment, his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai Bai Yunsheng felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly. Under Fang Yuan's scheme, he was on the verge of becoming a demon and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Fang Yuan used the glass abode master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the True Yang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai Bai Yunsheng's weak spot. Tai Bai Yunsheng denied himself. Therefore, he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment, Fang Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal Gu to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the True Yang building, she made Tai Bai Yunsheng completely believe in Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yarrow for interfering with Fang Yuan's thoughts, otherwise, how could Tai Bai Yunsheng trust him so much? Tai Bai Yunsheng harmed Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly, he has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me, he will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness, they would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai Bai Yunsheng sacrifices for Fang Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way, he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Fang Yuan knew this in detail, thus he saved Tai Bai Yunsheng, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal GU. I have too many immortal GU, the cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time, it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunsheng. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead, it cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence, the more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai Bai Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal GU, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising GU worms was like raising a mistress, GU masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal GU was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal GU, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many GU immortals did not have a single immortal GU, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal GU. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai Bai Yunsheng, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu immortal land spirit. How is wisdom GU? Where is it now? Little Hu immortal was the blessed land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the blessed land were basically under her control. Master, after wisdom GU was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that Wisdom GU was hibernating in was very big. Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Hu immortal, his 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, Wisdom GU shone with 5 colors. Little Hu immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom GU curiously. This was rank 9 Wisdom GU. Although Little Hu immortal could sense every place in the blessed land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. "Oh Wisdom GU, I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it." In the dark cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom GU was quiet. After a few breaths, it slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu immortal's eyes shone brightly, she laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Fang Yuan and Little Hu immortal. Fang Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding. His thoughts were like lightning. He was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Hu immortal slowly opened her eyes wide. She was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths, her figure started to fade. Little Hu immortal, you are formed from obsession. Although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, wisdom GU still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long, go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Hu immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu immortal covered her small melon head, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, Master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing wisdom GU, she shouted, like a child who had found a new toy. She was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing, you can even get wisdom GU. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seems wisdom GU has activated your little brain, go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Who Immortal's head. Little Who Immortal's cute head was pressed by Fang Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Who Immortal immediately frowned, she shook her head. Master, I will be leaving. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan, she flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down. Fang Yuan did not sit cross-legged, his zombie body was tough and thick, there was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom. The first thing he did was to observe Mo Yarrow's will, which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yarrow's will was not affected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside. External forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Fang Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie, the production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels, his thoughts were also rigid. But the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path GU worms, they could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yarrow, Fang Yuan had researched wisdom path and bought special will GU, deliberate will GU, sharp will GU, and other GU worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now, Fang Yuan's mind could not keep up, he could only use these wills as a replacement. His prime val essence was unlimited, his wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight, they shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another, the dusty memories became clear. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. Chapter 659. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was in deep thought under the light of wisdom. Although I have been reborn and have 500 years of experience in my previous life, compared to old monsters like Mo Yarrow and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My past advantage is no longer there. In the long river of history, countless stars twinkled. How many heroes had there been? Giant Sun Immortal was an invincible character rarely seen even in 1,000,000 years in human history. Fairy Mo Yarrow was a refinement grandmaster, a fairy of Spirit Affinity House back then, an influential person with shocking talent. She was one of the top 10 GU immortals in the huge central continent at that time. Although Fang Yuan had a firm will and had unique experiences, he was just an unremarkable star among the stars. With his current foundation and strength, he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with all the experts in history. My trip to Northern Plains has exceeded my expectations. If not for the interference of Mo Yarrow's will, I would have stayed in True Yang Building and changed my identity every 10 years to slowly explore it. But the truth is already set in stone, Northern Plains will definitely be shaken, countless experts and forces will come to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experience, he felt that his disadvantage was in wisdom path. His strength was in scheming and planning. And with his rebirth experience, this advantage was even greater. But Mo Yarrow's will actually interfered with his thoughts, causing him to be unable to think properly. 88-point Zhenyang Tower is the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, I am the culprit behind its destruction. If I am caught, the consequences will be unthinkable. Although I am hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land now, it is not safe here. I have been plotting against Dang Hun Mountain's Crane Gate. Northern Plains GU Immortals might be able to use Wisdom Path to make deductions. They might be able to deduce my background. Fang Yuan was well aware that hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land seemed very safe, but it was actually waiting for death. He could only take advantage of the fact that they had not found out the truth. Only by making the first move could he save the situation. Dark Limit Immortal GU, I have heard of its name in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and prevent deductions. If I can obtain this GU, I believe the situation will turn for the better. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulan. This woman was not to be underestimated, she was an unrivaled hero. See the wind and change the rudder. Betraying his ancestors for his own benefit, and even wanting to kill his own father, this was a naked demonic nature. He had the great strength true martial physique. He had also obtained a strength path immortal GU. Once he ascended to GU immortal, he would soar to the sky. She was very similar to Fang Yuan, but it was precisely because of this work with her. He had to be extra careful. Be it immortal GU Dark Limit or fixed immortal travel, they were both things that Fang Yuan wanted. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts stopped. The willpower in his mind was almost exhausted. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before retreating from the light of wisdom and activating his GU worm to create his will again. Very soon. His mind was filled with many wills. Unfortunately, mortal GU do not produce many wills. Under the light of wisdom, it was easily depleted. If I use immortal GU to create wills, the quantity will be huge and can last for a long time. I can think as much as I want. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. He had a rank 6 wisdom path immortal GU with him. It was delight in water and mountain GU that could produce boundless will. But Fang Yuan thought about it and did not use it. Activating immortal GU required immortal essence. He did not have much green grape immortal essence, he only had 19 beads left. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death, one used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus, he could only use mortal GU for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation, he concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now, my cultivation cannot advance, how can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use yin-yang rotation GU, but I am an immortal zombie, yin-yang rotation GU is only rank 4. The second problem is, I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet, his finances were bankrupt. Right now, he did not even have a single immortal Yuan stone, even who immortal blessed land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal Yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in who immortal blessed land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Fang Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in GU refinement were left, they were not willing to sell them. The Rockmen slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Fang Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gate stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockmen trading market in jewel yellow skies had already been divided, Fang Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the GU path, nurture, use, and refine, GU masters not only needed to use GU, they also needed to nurture and refine GU. Fang Yuan had become a zombie now, his cultivation had stagnated, he needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later. Dang Hun Mountain's palace. Fang Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed, the back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Fang Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunsheng was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light, it was a rank 5 messenger pigeon GU. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind came back from the messenger pigeon GU, he sighed deeply and said worriedly, that is to say, Teacher does not intend to make a move, and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission. Fang Yuan nodded. That's right. In the letter, Master reprimanded me, saying I was greedy and did not listen to his advice before leaving, rashly activating Di Chio inheritance. In the end, I fell into the trap of Mo Yaro's will, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Thus, this time, he wants me to solve this problem myself. Sigh, Master's style is like this, it seems I can only work hard myself. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, expressing his agreement with Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, after the old beggar gave him the GU immortal inheritance, he disappeared without a trace, not caring about him. This style was the same as the current test for Fang Yuan, thus Tai Bai Yunsheng did not feel it was strange. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered for a moment before asking, Junior apprentice brother, I heard you say that Master has accepted a total of 6 true disciples. You are ranked 5th, and have grasped 2 GU immortal inheritances, Strength Path and Enslavement Path. That is to say, you still have 5 fellow disciples, can we get help from them? Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke, of course it was impossible. The contents of this messenger pigeon GU were forged by Fang Yuan alone. The name Zishan Makoto was also casually made up by him. The 6 great true disciples did not even exist, how could he ask for help from people who did not exist? This is impossible. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, his gaze extremely sincere. First of all, I have only heard about these fellow disciples from Master. Not only have I not seen them personally, I also don't know their identities or where they are. Most importantly, this is a mission from Master. He has already acknowledged your identity in the letter and placed you as the 5th disciple. He wants you to help me solve this problem during this period of time. At the same time, he also wants me to keep and use the spoils of war I obtained in Northern Plains. This is all help from Master. If I ask for help from fellow disciples again, it might not be what Master wants. After all, he gave me a test mission. Tai Bai Yunsheng was worried and anxious. Even if teacher did not say it, I would still stay by junior brother's side and do my best to help you. What do we do now? Old Bai, you have also seen the contents of the letter. Master told me to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan answered. Zombie Alliance, what kind of organization is this? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked. He had just ascended to Immortal, he did not know much about GU Immortal level matters. Zombie Alliance, as the name suggests, is a zombie alliance. This alliance has a long history. It first appeared during the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now, it has become a super force spread throughout the 5 regions. Eastern Sea is the headquarters, while Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Border, and Western Desert each have a branch. Fang Yuan introduced. They are actually spread throughout the 5 regions. Are they stronger than the Huang Jin tribes and super forces of Northern Plains? Tai Bai Yunsheng was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members deal with zombies. The higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. Most of these immortal zombies are GU immortals who have reached the end of their lifespan and have no choice but to turn into zombies to extend their lifespan. These GU immortals' immortal apertures are dead, they cannot produce immortal essence or absorb heaven and earth chi. Every once in a while, a portion of their blessed land will shrink and collapse. Thus, their battle strength cannot compare to ordinary GU immortals. Of course, some immortal zombies are an exception. All in all, Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the local super forces. But Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters was a level higher than Eastern Sea's super forces. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunsheng gained new knowledge. He asked in confusion, then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan pondered, if a GU immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan GU. Next, he obtained lifespan GU and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed, they must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Bai Yunsheng was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old bye, don't worry, joining Zombie Alliance is very simple, I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple. Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the super forces, they are not having a good time, they would love to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research, they have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey Lulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.